Morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me now? Perfect.
So, hi everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. Of course, we are still dealing with the international conference on English for specific purposes in action, bridging the gap between university and socio-economic sector. Well, of course, we have very interesting schedule for today, starting with the first session this morning. And the first communicant, I don't know whether he is with us online. She is Dacia Dressin Hamouda. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Of course, she is a scholar in the field of ESP. Just a short presentation of the women. Professor, a full professor in the field of ESP, of English for Specific Purposes. Director, Graduate School Writing Center, a member in the Graduate School Center as a director. Developer and coordinator of an academic center. So, director, masters in applied foreign languages. So I guess she got a very rich background on the field of ESP, in addition to the surrounding fields too of this of ESP. So she's going to be the first one to present a work entitled Navigating the Future of ESP Strategies for Resilience in a Digital World. Then we have the second communicant, who is Abdelhak Hamouda, Professor Abdelhak Hamouda from the University of Sétif. Hamoudi, sorry, Sir Hamoudi. Enhancing ESP learners' communicative competence through pragmatic instruction, theory and practice. Then the last one is Professor Fadila Alioushouch, employability of graduates, case of English department graduates, of course of Bijaya, of University of Bijaya, shortly Faculty of Literature and Arts and Languages. So, welcome everyone. So we start with the first communicant, Professor Dacia Dressin Hamouda. Of course, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me to speak with you. So my name is Dasha Dressin Hamouda, and I'm a professor in ESP at the University of Clermont-Auvergne, where I've been working since 2002. And today I'd like to take a closer look at how English for specific purposes can continue to thrive and remain relevant in a world that's changing seemingly faster than ever. So over the years, higher education has had to adapt to major societal shifts. we've responded to globalization, shifting workplace demands, the rise of digitization, and most recently, the advent of AI-based communication tools. Through all of these transformations, the English language has been an essential skill for students and professionals around the world. And ESP is uniquely positioned to meet these demands. While it shares similarities with approaches like communicative language teaching, task-based language teaching, content and language integrated learning, and English medium instruction, it stands out from these other teaching approaches because of its focus on working with informant specialists and developing materials specifically tailored to the specific varieties of English used in professional contexts. But despite its strengths, ESP also faces some serious challenges. Many universities in non-English speaking regions don't have enough trained ESP specialists or research collaborations they need to keep teaching methods in line with the demands of today's workplace. These gaps highlight the urgent need for innovative strategies to ensure that ESP remains viable. So here are the key questions I would like to explore with you today. How can we build stronger collaborations with professionals to design more relevant teaching programs and assessment practices? How can we better support colleagues who aren't ESP trained, but find themselves teaching ESP or EMI courses? And how can we keep our programs aligned with the needs of a professional landscape? I'm going to organize today's talk in terms of challenges. I'll have 3 challenges. The first challenge is what we can see as a lack of industry collaboration. And this is one of the biggest challenges that we face and that we've faced for a very long time. It's not that we don't recognize the need to work with informant specialists and domain professionals. It's that time constraints often prevent us from building meaningful partnerships. And yet, these collective collaborations are essential for keeping our programs relevant. One approach that we can take to integrate research methods like ethnographic fieldwork, interviews, reception studies is one way that we can keep our program and course design relevant. Let me give you some examples of how I've used research methodologies to tackle this challenge. The first example I'd like to cite is building an MA program in technical communication. When designing a master's program in technical communication, I started working on this in 2006. I spent 2 years, in fact, networking with professionals in the field before opening my program to students. I attended the professionals conferences, I followed their association activities, I read their publications, and I interacted with them, sought their feedback on my plans for my MA program. This collaboration shaped the program, and I even ended up inviting some of the professionals to teach my courses. Or some of the courses, not all of them. Another example that I can cite is a reception study for English medium instruction video production. In this study, we collaborated with domain professionals to carry out our reception study. We were interested in getting their feedback on our students' video production. Cite is a reception study course. We were the non-video experts, medium instruction video specialists, and we wanted to give, we wanted a more objective viewpoint on how professional our student video productions were. In our reception study, we invited video communication specialists to evaluate student-created videos, and using a grid, we developed literature review, The professionals assessed the videos, and then we followed up with interviews to revise our understanding of their assessment. This study improved our pedagogical approach to teaching video production. On the screen that I'm showing you right now is a version of the grid that we devised that the professionals used to evaluate our students' videos. A third example is that more recently I was asked to propose a new master's specialization. And I told my colleagues that I did not have the time to do this alone. But instead, I initiated a funded ethnographic study to examine current practices in language-based professions, including how AI is shaping those practices. And this research will help us design programs that reflect current workplace realities. Before I move on to my next challenge, I just wanted to draw your attention to these references that I have in the right-hand corner. At the end of my presentation, I have all of these references that are fully laid out. So these are just some of the studies that I've published on this research. A second challenge that we face in ESP is keeping our programs relevant. And in other words, we want to ensure that our teaching programs stay aligned with evolving professional practices. In the Applied Foreign Languages Department at the University of Clermont-Auvergne, we train students, mostly French native speakers with strong language skills in English and one or two other languages such as Spanish, Italian, Arabic, Chinese, German, Portuguese, Russian, etc. We train our students for international careers in the professional workplace. And these careers include fields like project management, human resources management, technical communication, or information design. So here's an example of how we've used research methodologies to maintain our relevance for these fields. For a course on video tutorial design, or making how-to videos, a colleague and I worked iteratively with professionals using an action research approach. Using feedback from professionals on the summative evaluation grid that we used in our reception study, we redesigned the grid as a self-assessment tool for students. This was intended to allow our students to use the grid to critically reflect on their work while learning how to apply professional standards. In the following academic year, we revised the grid into a formative assessment grid, and we integrated it as a pedagogical resource. We then had the same reception study professionals evaluate our second-year student outcomes, and this allowed us to compare their effectiveness with the first-year students who did not get to use the grid. This approach helped us refine our teaching methods, giving us a better sense of professionals' inner circle implicit reasoning, thereby helping us better help our students with their video design questions. And once again, at the bottom of the screen, I have given you the references that talk about this work. A third significant challenge that we often face in ESP is very simply the shortage of ESP trained specialists in many local contexts. At my own university here in Clermont-Ferrand, where we have 35,000 students, I'm actually the only faculty member formally trained in ESP. However, I work closely with colleagues to integrate ESP principles into their teaching. For example, in an undergraduate spoken English course, two non-ESP colleagues and I have trained students to pitch a project in English and give a pitch presentation They then need to transform their 5-minute pitch presentation in a 2 to 3 minute explainer video. To ensure consistent evaluation, I adapted the grid from teaching how-to videos and worked with my colleagues to apply it to student projects looking at explainer videos. This collaborative effort not only improved evaluation, but also helped us apply it and align it across the student projects. So, in other words, not only was I helping my colleagues understand what it was that they needed to focus on, but we were also aligning our teaching with professional expectations. I'm also investigating how evaluation grids for genres like video tutorials, video abstracts, and explainer videos can function as formative tools for teachers, for students, and as summative tools for teachers. This research has already influenced how my colleagues and I teach across multiple disciplines. And once again, I have some resources that you might be interested in. As a final observation, as we all know only too well, AI is profoundly reshaping academic, scientific, and professional practices. In the fields my colleagues and I prepare students for, whether it's technical communication, information design, HR, project management, or e-learning, AI's rapid advancements mean constant changes. To track these changes, adopting a research-based posture in ESP, in my opinion, remains essential. In an ongoing ethnographic study on AI's impact on practices in language-based professions, we're conducting interviews and observations with working professionals as adapting to these tools. The results will help us inform or will help us integrate AI both into our graduate and undergraduate programs, both in terms of everyday academic practices, but also in a way that's consistent with current workplace practices. In conclusion, we might ask how ESP can remain a legitimate and driving force in English language teaching. In my experience, the most important strategy is to adopt a research-driven mindset. As ESP practitioners, we need to continuously study what we teach and adapt our methodologies to keep pace with the shifting demands of education and the workplace. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this insightful presentation. Of course, it's really interesting. Professor spoke about societal shift that made of the English language fundamental in different fields. Of course, she mentioned the number, she asked the number of questions that she answered about how the programs and research methodology should be implemented and enhanced in ESP teaching. She enumerated, of course, a number of challenges that teaching of ESP is facing, such as lack of industry collaboration that we are really in Algeria, keeping programs relevant, lack of ESP scholars, and at last she spoke about including intelligence, artificial intelligence in ESP. Thank you very much. We call the second communicant, whose name is Professor Hamoudi Abdelhaq.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being with us. Okay. Well, my presentation is titled Enhancing ESP Learners' Communicative Competence through pragmatic instruction, theory, and practice. First, allow me to thank the organizers for their invitation. Professor Nadia, thank you so much. Fadila and all the team, thank you very much. Okay. Well, I want you first to read this. I'm not going to. Okay, so in advance, I sincerely apologize if any part of this presentation causes you discomfort, of course. I don't know your culture and how you see things. So, the aim and objectives of my presentation: to demonstrate how pragmatic instruction can enhance communicative competence in English for specific purposes, learners, enabling them to communicate effectively and appropriately in their professional fields. The objectives: to explain the significance of communicative competence with ESP and its relation to pragmatics. Two, to analyze the components of communicative competence as applied to specific professional context. Three, to explore key aspects of pragmatics, such as speech acts, politeness, cultural awareness, and their role in preventing misunderstandings in specialized fields. And finally, to provide practical strategies and examples for ESP instructors to incorporate pragmatic instruction to their teaching. Of course, due to time constraint, I'm going to focus on medical English rather than legal or business English. So, a brief definition of pragmatic for ESP. English for specific purposes, ESP, is a special language because it is highly focused, practical, and relevant. It addresses the specific communicative needs of the learners in their specific fields. Any misuse of ESP in such context is never tolerated. And I repeat it, and I mean it, is never tolerated, as it often leads to serious misunderstandings, okay, and even life-threatening situations. Two, communicative competence and pragmatics. Let's have an idea about the communicative competence, which is a concept introduced by Delines. It encompasses the ability to use language appropriately in various social contexts. Remember, social contexts are the backbone of the conversation and communicative competence, okay? Where learners are expected not only to understand the technical vocabulary and structures of their specialized fields, but also to effectively communicate in real-world professional situation. We have Canal Swain's communicative competence models. We should take into account these whenever we plan something in ESP: grammatical competence, sociolinguistic competence, discourse competence, and strategic competence. The key aspects of pragmatics in ESP include speech acts, okay? Example, requesting, advising, apologizing, okay? Two, politeness and face. And here, politeness and face are crucial to a very efficient communication, especially in ESP. C, contextualize meaning and implicature. Here, Grice's concept of implicature is important for ESP learners to understand how meaning is often implied rather than explicitly stated. Misunderstanding these subtle implications can lead to significant miscommunication. I can give you a brief example. I was attending an international conference, and there was a technical problem with the speaker from abroad. And the moderator asked the speaker to give him permission to show the PowerPoint, the speaker's PowerPoint from Algeria. Okay. The moderator said, "Doctor, may I use your, since you can't open your PowerPoint, can I open it from here?" She didn't say anything. He asked again the question. She didn't say anything. He asked for the third time, and she got angry. "Non, il ne faut pas." You see, silence means no. And he repeated 3 times. You see, silence is a message, don't do it. Here we have to understand the hidden message even of being silent. Cultural awareness in pragmatics is cross-cultural pragmatics is essential in ESP, where professionals often engage with individuals from cultural backgrounds. Thomas discusses the concept of pragmatic failure, which occurs when speaker's intended meaning is misunderstood to cultural differences. Well, actually, in the example I gave you, the Algerian learner, because we have values, he wanted to help, but that lady, because she doesn't know our culture, she thought that he is not respecting her. Okay. Now, we go to the examples. Dear all, please look and follow carefully. Scenario 1, at the doctor. The patient visits a doctor complaining of painful lymph nodes in the neck. Look, the doctor, the patient, and he's examining the nodes. Warning. These may be symptoms of cancer. So, lymph nodes are clustered in specific areas such as the neck, armpits, and the groin. Look at the pictures. Above the first picture, the neck, second picture, armpit, the third picture is the groin. Okay? Here in this situation, the doctor must examine this area to determine if the lymph nodes are present or not. And he must examine the armpit and the groin. But examining the groin can be a risky behavior that causes serious problems in some cultures. A man examining the groin of a lady, a medical, okay? It's a risky behavior in some culture. How should he behave? Okay. So, misunderstanding around communications can indeed create discomfort, confusion, especially in cross-cultural contexts, where norms of modesty, communication styles, and gender interaction differ significantly. Here are some examples that highlight the importance of cross-cultural competence and pragmatics for doctors. In scenario 1, how would the doctor ask a woman or even a man to undress themselves? To examine the groin. Okay. Or even the armpit. Is he going to say, please take off your trousers? Please lower your pants to your knees for the exam? Please take off the robe and drape it there over the chair? Please remove your shirt? And look at the situation there. The doctor, please undress your dress. And the lady from Sudan, okay, is I think from Ethiopia, she's student in UK. Her answer, are you serious? Are you crazy? Why are you asking me to undress? Naughty doctor. You see? All right. Here, I will show you how to deal with such situations using the appropriate language respecting cultures. Okay. Here, dear, we have this problem appear because of gender sensitivity. Okay. Here, a male doctor is, for example, in many cultures, interaction between men and women are strictly governed by modesty rules. For instance, a male doctor instructing a female patient to undress without offering a female a private change in area might make the patient feel uncomfortable and even violated. In some conservative culture, a woman might refuse to comply with the request, leading to delay in care. 2, we have direct and indirect communication. Some cultures value direct communication to show politeness. For example, in countries like Japan, being too direct, undress yourself now, might come off as too harsh or impolite. And there is a conflict between the patient and the doctor. Instead, a more culturally appropriate phrase could be, could you please remove your clothing from the waist down so that I can examine you? It's a long but polite and acceptable question. For religious and cultural modesty norms, in some Muslim countries, both men and women may need to stay covered as much as possible, especially in front of the opposite gender. An instruction like undress yourself could cause serious offense or distress. Please remove your outer clothing while keeping yourself covered with a sheet can make the interaction more respectful. Finally, men and women may need to stay, of undress. Different languages and cultural contexts may interpret instruction differently. For example, a request to undress yourself might be understood by some as needing to remove all clothing leading to unnecessary embarrassment, provided specific instruction like, please remove your shirt, but keep your undergarments on, clarifies the request. Okay, please remove your shirt, keep your undergarments so that I can examine your armpit. Here, the patient will accept it. And there is no misinterpretation. Okay, so number 6, how to say these things, okay, one male indirect, yet clear and respectful, pragmatic strategies for SP instructors, okay, explain the reason first. 2, offer options, okay? For example, when you explain the reason first, here, for example, sir, madam, I need to examine your chest to listen to your heart and lungs. Could you make sure I can access to that area with politeness? Okay. When you give the purpose, they accept. Offer up options, okay? You can either loosen your shirt or lift it up slightly so that I can check your breathing. Use softened or ident indirect language. Use euphemisms or alternatives. Example, instead of using the word undress, use a less direct alternative. Would you be able to make sure that I need to check is accessible? Okay? Then utilize tools like gauze and sheets. F, request actions on clothing without saying undress. And G, use body languages and gestures. Okay, in some situation, doctors can use nonverbal cues to guide the patient. Now, the last part is body language in formal and sensitive settings in medical context. Number 1, you have to be calm and reassuring eye contact. 2, soft hand okay? Open hand gestures, because our doctors can examine foreigners and they have to know the cultures of others, okay? Respectful distance, okay? Generally, Europeans, Americans, Asians, they need distance between you and them. So, doctors, you have to keep a distance between them. If not, they are not going to respect you. Being close to them is something bad and even dirty. So, be careful. Then, respectful distance, gentle voice and smile, sit at eye level. This is very important for doctors. Sit down at the same level as the patient rather than standing over them. Some doctors, okay, stand over the patient and examine them. It's forbidden. Some doctors in Algeria do it. The patient is lying and the doctor is examining the patient, and he is what? He is not sitting at eye level, okay? Rather, he is standing over them. And it is a shame in some cultures. Then we have gentle open gestures. Look at the gestures. Use soft hand movements to gather conversation, signaling that you're inviting them to share more details in a non-threatening way. So each point is supported with the adequate, the appropriate picture. You see? Okay? So, you have to maintain open postures, lean slightly forward, picture, relaxed posture, slight smile and nodding, physical touch. Before doing so, doctors should provide clear, respectful explanation of the medical necessity, as I need to examine the abdomen to check for any issues, or I need to examine your groin, your armpit, to check whether there are nodes or not, okay? Conclusion, dear all, pragmatics and cross-cultural understanding are essential components of communicative competence in English for specific purposes. Without these skills, doctors may interpret or misuse language, potentially compromising their professionalism or, in severe cases, causing critical misunderstanding. Emphasizing the social, linguistic, and contextual dimension of language. Pragmatic instruction equips ESP learner with the ability to handle complex professional interactions effectively and with cultural sensitivity, ensuring clarity and confidence in communication. Well, I'm very sorry I can't deal with business English, legal English due to time constraints. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hamoudi, for this interesting presentation. It's really informative about ESP. Of course, Professor spoke about the importance of pragmatic instruction in enhancing communicative competence in ESP. On the way, he defined ESP. Of course, he gave us a relevant meaning of ESP. He argued that communicative competence is fundamental in the field of ESP. More than that, he argued that cultural awareness is at the heart of the process. Cultural awareness, in addition to other factors, of course. At last, he spoke about the sensitivities that a scholar should take into account for the sake of communication and to avoid, of course, misunderstanding. Thank you very much. Now, the last communicant is Professor Fadila Ali Ushush. You are welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum الزلف الأول. So my work, I'm going to try to respect time because we have to start the other workshops. So the title of my presentation is Employability of Graduate Case of the Department of English Graduates, Bijaya University. So the work is structured according to the following outline: introduction, statement of the problem, aims of study, and so on. So the mission of higher education institution is to prepare students for the world of work. Of course, when you go to study at the university, your aim is to find a job when you get graduated, of course. As a matter of fact, the importance of graduates being adequately equipped becomes a fundamental point of consideration. I stress on the adequately equipped. What do we mean by adequately equipped? Therefore, taking into account students' needs, wants, and lacks, which are the three main elements in ESP courses, may pave the way for a successful professional career where graduates will be able to overcome different challenges they might encounter. English competence can increase as graduates' employability, can increase a graduate's employability. It means the more you have developed skills, the better it is in order to be competent in your professional career. Many companies need staff to have strong employability skills, one of which is English communication ability. English skills are crucial for career development. Accordingly, employability is defined as a set of achievement skills, knowledge, and individual attributes. It means that knowledge alone, it's not enough. You have to develop all these three elements: skills, knowledge, and individual attributes that makes graduates have better chance to obtain job opportunities, success in their jobs field, which is beneficial for themselves, the workplace, and society. When you have you have student graduates who are well prepared, this is going to have a positive impact on themselves, on the workplace, and on society in general. Thus, ESP, EOP is highly recommended so as to meet students' needs, since the essence of this approach is to design a specific English language course that aims to meet the needs and the exigencies of particular learners who intend to use English in a professional context and for professional purposes. So, the statement of the problem: many students choose English as major because they enjoy learning of the English and because they think that it offers better job opportunities. When I ask my students from first year, when they start their studies at the Department of English, I generally ask them why choosing English. The main answers are because I like this language. And since English is an international language, I will have more chances and opportunities to get a job. So, because of the international status of English, a degree in this field is considered as a magic stick which could open doors for different professional careers. However, despite the range of skills and competencies acquired during their studies, many English graduates face challenges in securing employment directly related to their field of study. Furthermore, the job market is evolving rapidly, and employers are placing greater emphasis on technical expertise, digital literacy, and practical experience. You see, to get a degree in English is not just knowing how to communicate, but you have to extend to other aspects, which can sometimes leave graduates from humanities-based programs such as English feeling underprepared for the workforce. The present study explores the employability of graduates from the Department of English, Bijaya University, with a special focus on the challenges they encounter in navigating the job market. Additionally, it will discuss how the department can adapt its curricula to better align with socio-economic needs, ultimately improving the employability outcomes for its graduates. So, the aims of the study are summarized in 3 main points: to examine whether graduates from the Department of English Language and Literature, Faculty of Arts and Languages at Béjaïa University are prepared or well prepared to enter the job market, to identify the extent to which graduates' training prepare them to meet the requirements of employment, and to understand the relationship between academic education and professional practice. Thus, we have asked the following research questions. The two research questions that are guiding our study are: to what extent does degree in English program or English studies meet the needs of graduates? And what are the challenges English department graduates face in their professional career? For the methodology, the study adopts a descriptive research design, and to collect the necessary data, we relied on 2 research tools: a short questionnaire developed for graduates from the Department of English, and an informal interview conducted with 5 of our former students who accepted to share with us their experience. So the results. The questionnaire revealed the following results. Our sample is very limited, and this is one of the limitations of our study. Composed of 16 graduates, and we have a preponderance of females, characterize the participants with 14 female and 2 males. In terms of age, the participants have an age range of 26 to 32 years old. For the second section, we tried to know more about their status, the employment status. So we find that 37.5% have a permanent job. For 12.5%, they have self-employment, they created their own job. And for part-time employment, we have 18.75%, and for the others, they are still looking for a job. The relationship between the graduate job and their field of studies: for the employed graduate, we have 72.73% said that their job is related to English language studies. It means they are using their English in their daily their professional life, whereas for 18.18%, there is no relationship. They are obliged to work and to take the job that they find. The graduates' views concerning the extent to which their university studies prepared them for their professional career: we have 43.75% said that they consider that their studies slightly prepared them for their professional life. For the further comments, we have 2 main points. Many courses focus heavily on theoretical knowledge, lack of opportunities for students to gain practice. These are the 2 main comments made by the participants. For the analysis of the result, the University of Béjaïa at the beginning was designed as a pilot university for the implementation of the LMD system. At that time, the guiding principle was a tailor-made education, or la formation à la carte, as advocated by this new system. However, years after the implementation of the LMD system, the curricula are still far from achieving these aims, and the courses are delivered adopting traditional practices, relying on theoretical courses, and the result is a failure in equipping graduates with some important skills that would answer the needs of the job market. The data obtained from the interview revealed that the participants faced challenges when they started their career working in a company, mainly with communication and the lack of specialized technical skills. They acknowledged that although they had good marks when they were students, they had good marks. They had no problems with their studies. But when they were in the professional context, they face difficulties to use their skills. This is somehow paradoxical. They have good marks when they were students, they had no problem, but when it comes to a real practice, they had difficulties to use their skill. They were stressed and felt anxious. They revealed that because of a lack of practice, they were not confident enough to use English appropriately. So the limitation of study, as I said, it's the size sample, and of course the former students were difficult to locate, to be located in the absence of a database related to graduates from Department of English. So we have relied on personal network to get the information. For the recommendations, the findings of the present study call for a better collaboration between the university and the labor market. This was, in fact, one of the main principles of the LMD system. It means that the socio-economic sector is going to tell us what are the needs, and the university is going to provide the economic sector with graduates who are going to be able to take in charge all these right from getting their degree. So we have the collaboration between the university and the labor market in order to determine the needed skills and competency as far as the English language is concerned. The need to rethink the curriculum, and here I really stress on this point, the need to rethink the curriculum and align it with job market needs, because what we are teaching is in another, is in one side, and the reality, they don't match together. Okay, so we have to take into account and rethink for other curriculum. Teaching students how to effectively communicate and use language in professional context, because this can help them develop important transferable skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, and interpersonal communication. The need to shift from theory to practice, the need to shift from theory to practice, so as to allow graduates to relate theory into practice, that's to be professionally well prepared. Okay, so for the conclusion, the findings reveal that there is a gap between the skills emphasized in the English programs and the skills demanded by employers. If universities in general and departments of English in particular do not engage with industry or keep up with changing workforce demands, may inadvertently leave graduates underprepared for emerging job opportunities. As a matter of fact, adopting scenarios to tend to replicate the specific working or professional settings is of paramount importance, so as to develop students necessary skills they would mostly employ in their future field of activity. These are some of my references, and of course, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Fadila Ali Oshush, for your interesting presentation. Of course, the presentation tries to provide the students with a number of materials that may help them succeed after studies, of course, in the professional life. Among these materials, she enumerated performance in English language, knowledge acquisition, personal performance. Then she elucidated a number of challenges that the student may face. Of course, her presentation is based on quantitative research methodology based on questionnaire investigation. Thank you very much for your presentation. Uh, of course, we move to the last step, that of the questions and comments, if possible, the debate. The floor is yours, teachers and students, if you have questions. Yes. Professor Dacia Dresen Hamouda, are you with us? Still with us?
Yes, I am.
Yes, welcome. Maybe you may have questions from the audience, of course.
Okay.
Yes.
Professor, hello.
Hello. Yes.
I have got a question, please, if you don't mind. If you don't, are you going to ask a question, Professor Dacia? I have a question, please, for
Of
Professor Hamoudi.
course, we will have questions, but I don't know who is going to. You will have the question, the first question. Yes.
So, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Professor Dacia.
Yes, I'm here.
Please wait. Professor Dacia?
Yes, I'm here.
D'accord. Okay.
So in ESP, we talk frequently about the collaboration between ESP teachers and ESP practitioners with the other specialists. And as long as you have been talking about artificial intelligence, so how are you collaborating with computer science specialists in adopting AI in ESP?
Okay.
So this
Thank
is my
you
question.
for your question. At our university, I have two elements of response to your question. The first way that we are collaborating with computer science specialists is that at our university, we are involved in a nationally funded research institute that's called Multidisciplinary Institute on Artificial Intelligence. So it's a consortium that involves my university, Grenoble, and Mont Blanc Savoie, so 3 French universities. In there, we have a lot of grant money that we got from the government to work with AI specialists to help develop tools for our teaching classrooms. That's my first element of response. The second element of response is collaborations in European projects. We're also involved in a European-funded Horizon project, where one of the participants in the project is excuse me, my words are falling out of my head this morning, is a private company that collaborates with the university to develop an AI-generated tool to give feedback on student writing. It's so you can change the parameters of the sorts of responses that you get from an AI tool or an AI machine to make the feedback that the AI gives to students more relevant. Of course, right now, as we know with ChatGPT, for example, the feedback that we get is very general. And so the solution, and one way that it can be applied to ESP, is to work closely with the developers to devise these sorts of tools so that in the parameters, we can give our students more targeted feedback that specifically pertain to the specific contexts.
Thank you. So this shows really that you are really collaborating with these specialists. So this is the principle of ESP, yes.
Yes, it's very recent. I mean, because ChatGPT or AI only has been around for 2 years. And so we've had to move very quickly to address these changes. It's been challenging, but very exciting.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the answer. And gentlemen, thank you very much for the question. Yes, who is the next to ask?
Please, I have a question, if you don't mind.
You're welcome. Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. My question is directed to Professor Hamoudi. Yes. So, first of all, thank you so much, Professor Hamoudi, for your inspiring presentation. I'm one of your former students from Biskra University, where we had the privilege of learning from you during your time as a visiting lecturer. I greatly appreciated your lectures. Then I found today's presentation equally insightful. So my question or comment is as follows. Don't you think that ESP teaching hasn't yet received the recognition it deserves, particularly in terms of fully applying its theoretical frameworks to practice? Moreover, with the current move towards EMI implementation, don't you think it's crucial to maintain and strengthen ESP teaching for the time being? Especially what you have mentioned, we have completely ignored that aspect of pragmatics and breakdown communication. Thank you so much, Professor.
Well, actually, yes, you're right. And I think it is a must now to strengthen and to share this knowledge with all universities in order to broaden the minds, not only of our students, but of our teachers also. I know you can do the job, Professor. Okay, you have much experience, I think, and I trust you. You can do the job and share it with Algerian universities.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor, for the answer. If still questions, yes?
Good morning, all. I would like to ask two questions to Ms. Dacia, Professor. Hello. Yes, so the thing is that I was late this morning, and so I probably missed some points you have talked about. So if you don't mind, I have two elements I would like you probably to repeat, or maybe they are new, it depends. So you have presented, let's say, a great recipe for resilience for students to use in the era of ESP and digitalization. However, my concern is more oriented towards challenges, and I have two, which are digital divide. The digital divide is concerns with the access, the shortage of access, or let's say the limited access to connection, to technologies, different technologies, from learners and institutions as well, not only at the level of the individual, but also at whole centers do not have enough or limited or not at all access to the digital
Please, dear friend,
apparel.
go straight to the question.
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, this is it. So what is the solution that you are suggesting as a professor? The second, quickly, there is also the technological overload, which means the over-reliance on technology tools. This may reduce focus on essential interpersonal and communication skills. Mm-hmm. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. I'll try to answer quickly. In terms of the digital divide, I'm afraid that there isn't a magic solution to that. Some time ago, I was involved in a project with colleagues who were setting up an online university in Nigeria. And in that country, at that time, so this is in the early 2000s, we were talking about one professor per 800 students. And one of the big questions that we had, of course, were whether or not the students had access to digital tools and connection to the internet. I think that today, though, most everyone has a telephone. Even at our university, the internet doesn't always work. And so the students will pull out their telephones. I mean, this is a very short answer to a very complicated question. But I think that many of us face this in different degrees at some point. To go to your second question about overload, technological overload, this is a very important issue. I agree. How do we use these tools while not crushing students' cognitive effort and the growth of their critical reflection. I actually have a funded PhD study being carried out on this right now, looking at how we can use AI-driven tools responsibly as teachers to help students develop their critical thinking. So, for example, rather than having students use an AI tool like ChatGPT to just give us the answer, what we do is we will use either a deductive or an inductive approach. So, for example, we see problems in their writing. So we'll focus on one problem and we will ask the conversational assistant to give us the principles. And then we look at the students' work with them, and we can see in their work whether or not it conforms to these principles, and what can we do then to work toward a more expected outcome in the writing. Another way that we could use AI tools would be to generate examples. Okay, so this would be a more inductive approach. So we start from the same observation that they have a problem in their writing or in their communication, and we would ask ChatGPT, for example, to generate an example that is a good illustration and a poor illustration, and then or a problematic illustration. Then we would ask the student to compare them. We would work with them to compare that, and then we could move to their own work. So, in other words, to answer your question, I think that this is a really important question, and that we need to spend a lot of time thinking about how we can use AI tools responsibly to generate and to encourage critical thinking in our students.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the answer. The last question, we take the last question. Yes, welcome.
Is it okay? Okay, good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to give my gratitude and showcase how happy I am to be present here, since you are allowing me to give us some questions. There was one question, of course, yes. All right. As you can see, I might be the only representative of students today, since there are not many. And if you please, can you answer, just provide me one question, one answer to this question. What kind of advice would you provide in order to initiate a sense of devotion in our students, to make them more practical regarding how they study? Because as far as I know, and me, I include myself, they would always study for just for the sake of obtaining grades, and afterwards they would not care about what they study no more.
For whom is the question?
The lady over there.
One of them?
Yes.
Yes. Over there?
Yes, the
that
one
is
near.
The Professor Dacia Dressen, you want to say?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. So.
A piece of advice. He's looking for a piece of advice, maybe helping them in the future. Yes?
Okay, well, I'm going to answer you as a teacher. I reassure you, I am frequently faced with this sort of issue. I teach first-year undergraduate students, second-year, third-year undergraduate. The two master's courses, I teach courses to doctoral students. And so I see this sort of problem quite frequently. I'm going to answer you as a teacher, assuming that you too will one day be a teacher, okay? And you're going to be confronted with these same problems. To be honest, I do use a genre-based approach. I use because I like to just show students where they're going. And so I give them a lot of context. I talk about, in my presentation, I talked a lot about talking to domain professionals to get a sense of what the workplace is like for them. And then I tell my students stories about this. And then I show them what sorts of genres they're going to be asked to produce. And I break it down for them. I take them through it. And I give them lots of practice, lots of interaction in class, and I give them lots of feedback. And I think that as teachers, that the best way to get your students motivated is to show personal interest in them. I mean, really to find a way, depending on how large a class size is, it can be difficult, but to find a way to interact with each one of them and show them, really convince them how to help them project themselves as future professionals themselves. You have to help them imagine who they're going to be once they finish their studies. I don't know if my response helps, but that's something we can talk about for hours, of course.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Of course, Professor Dacia Dressen Hamouda, we are really honored to have you online this morning. It's a pleasure. I hope we may have you in the future in the same occasions.
Yes, that would be lovely. If you have another conference, I'd be happy to come back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are so glad to have you. Thank you. So we close the session. Thank you very much. I think we have a lunch break now, a coffee break.
L'autre côté.
Thank you, smart ladies. Beautiful.
C'est mieux. Ah ben voilà, on continue sur elle, elle n'est pas là. Ah, très bien. Madame devrait être là-bas.
So, good morning. I think we shall start. I'm Dr. Bourani. I'm honored to have you here to share with you different issues concerning ESP in a broader context. I shall call the first speaker, Ibtisam Belkhouja. She is here.
Yes, I am.
The floor is yours, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I shall start. I will share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's going on.
Okay, so my presentation is about modernizing ESP pedagogy for 21st century learners. I want to start by a brief introduction. The 21st century has seen rapid globalization and automation reshaping the labor market. To prepare learners for professional challenges, education must address skills like communication, critical thinking, collaboration, and adaptability. English for specific purposes needs a shift from traditional language instruction to integrating broader skill sets. For the methodology I used for this study, it's a comprehensive review of the literature where data was collected from Scopus, Web of Science, Google Scholar, Academia, and ResearchGate. Every non-empirical work or those lacking explicit links to ESP teaching methods were excluded from the study, and of course peer-reviewed research providing evidence on ESP instructional effectiveness and that were published between 2018 and 2024 were included in the review of this study. A meta-analytic technique was employed to calculate the pooled effect sizes utilizing Cohen's d to see the effectiveness of each strategy that has already been investigated before. So for the major findings, they are about fostering learners' autonomy. First, project-based learning. 12 studies highlighted the effectiveness of project-based learning, self-assessment tools, and problem-solving activities in promoting learners' independence.
This led to enhanced engagement with a moderate pulled effect size D0.56, suggesting that these methods consistently promote learners' independence and critical thinking. About embracing technology integration, digital resources like virtual learning environments, gamified platforms, and AI-driven language tools were found to significantly boost learners' engagement and outcomes, with a high pulled effect size D 0.78, supporting the efficacy of these interventions, with a strong emphasis on technology's role in ESP. About cultivating intercultural competence, 9 studies examined strategies to improve learners' ability to investigate various cultural landscapes, highlighting the significance of intercultural communication in ESP. Techniques such as employing authentic case studies, collaborative international projects, and digital storytelling were shown to enhance intercultural competence. Also, as a 21st century method or a way to teach ESP, we need to promote inclusivity and accessibility. First, 7 studies explored approaches such as incorporation of accessible resources and customized instructional assistance, underscoring the need for inclusivity in ESP. And a modest combined effect size with Cohen D 0.40 indicates significant advancements, particularly in supporting learners with disabilities. And then Grasha and Gera, specifically in 2023, found that accessible digital resources led to a 20% increase in course completion rates among virtually impaired students. Now, to sum up, the key trends or the key takeaways about or in relation to the emergent trends in ESP modernization are: first, technology integration, especially virtual learning platforms, gamified applications, and AI. Learners' autonomy, more particularly project-based learning, self-assessment, and problem-solving activities. Intercultural competence techniques like authentic case studies, collaborative international projects, and digital storytelling enhance intercultural awareness in ESP. And inclusivity and accessibility, accessible resources and customized instructional support increased course completion rates among diverse learners. So for the effectiveness or the most effective trends are technology and learner autonomy that showed the highest pulled effect in the ESP innovation, and persistent challenges were about resource allocation, faculty training, and inclusive curriculum design. The design or the curriculum of ESP isn't really or doesn't really adapt to learners' needs. For the implications, first, we need to integrate critical thinking, technology, and intercultural scenarios in the curriculum design of ESP. We need to equip teachers to utilize digital tools and design inclusive, learner-centric activities. We need to fund infrastructure and ensure equitable access to resources for marginalized learners. And we need to develop tools to measure critical thinking and intercultural skills effectively. Now, for future research, longitudinal studies are suggested to evaluate and enhance these ESP strategies prior to broad implementation. Future directions need to examine the long-term impact of these innovations on learners' professional achievement and adaptability within their respective fields. And collaborative research across institutions and regions could aid in identifying best practices that can be adapted to different educational and cultural settings. As a conclusion, I want to say that by embracing innovative approaches to ESP pedagogy, we can empower learners with the skills and knowledge they need to navigate the evolving global landscape. This requires ongoing collaboration between researchers and educators and policymakers to shape the future of ESP. That's all about my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, dear colleague Ibtisam Belkhouja, for presenting an interesting topic concerning modernizing the ESP pedagogy for the 21st century learners. You have opted for a comprehensive literature on different articles and research works which have been published on famous platforms. You have emphasized on the different, I would say, skills that need to be flourished in the learners in order to cope up with the modern era for the instruction of the ESP in general. Your research has generated some important recommendations and come up with a very important conclusion in this field. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for respecting the time. I move to the second presentation for Professor Wafa Werniki, who is going to present. Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Good morning.
Her presentation is entitled From Design to Assessment, Enhancing ESP Materials for Optimal Learning Outcomes. You will be having 10 minutes. Are you ready?
Yeah. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. So good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Idri for her unwavering dedication to enhancing ESP teaching within the Algerian community. Her efforts have significantly contributed to advancing the field, and I'm truly honored to have been given the opportunity to participate in this conference. So without further ado, my presentation is entitled From Design to Assessment, Enhancing ESP Materials for Optimal Learning Outcomes. Just a second, please. Let me share again my screen. No. Okay. So, English for Specific Purposes, or ESP, is a good option for students of different fields of study since it equips them with the necessary information for their concerned subjects as well as linguistic competence. As we all know, ESP promotes learners' motivation because it closely addresses their English language needs. And of course, this can help teachers identify the actual skills that their learners will need for the activities they have to carry out, either in their academic or professional skills. However, ESP teaching materials and the courses delivered in Algerian universities do not fully cater to the needs of the students because they've just been managed from different sources regardless of the student's level and aim of learning. Moreover, ESP teaching at university level has been confined to the teaching of sentence structures and memorization of professional vocabularies related to the subject field, i.e., usually those who are teaching ESP at university may not have been trained in ESP teaching or may not have had the ESP course as a module to be aware about its theoretical foundation. So what they do, they either teach grammar, usually in isolation, or they provide students with a list of vocabulary to be memorized. Of course, such way of teaching can make students feel stressed since they don't use them in an authentic context, and therefore it decreases their English learning motivation. Besides, as we all know, that ESP teaching demands or requires well-trained ESP teachers, but research has reported that the number of such ESP practitioners is much below the required strength in different countries. And of course, this is one of the main reasons behind ineffective ESP teaching, and Algeria doesn't constitute an exception. Besides, and despite the importance of ESP courses, especially at the Department of Computing, there has been absolutely no formal survey of the needs and expectations of computer science students in using English for specific purposes courses at university level. Therefore, the main objectives of our research is, first, to evaluate the present ESP courses at the Department of Computing in the light of the students' needs, analyze and propose a procedure that would make the ESP course more efficient, and finally, put into application the suggested procedure and evaluate its efficiency. The present work attempts to answer the following research questions. To what extent is the current ESP course appropriate and effective in meeting students' needs? What would be the most appropriate procedure that should be implemented before designing an ESP course? And what would be the most suitable means to implement the suggested procedure? Therefore, we hypothesize or we advance that the ESP course, which is currently taught to first-year master students of computing, doesn't match the standard criteria and requirements of ESP course design. We hypothesize that a specially conceived procedure for the ESP course would probably improve its efficient implementation. And finally, we presuppose that once learners' specific needs are identified and the appropriate means are made available, then relevant teaching materials can be used to teach the ESP course more effectively. This study has adopted a mixed method research design. This assumption is that supplementary findings from a mixed method approach would produce a fuller picture of the topic or issue to be investigated. Our procedure, the data was collected and analyzed qualitatively and quantitatively and interpreted through descriptive statistics. The tools that have been used are documentation analysis, interviews, and questionnaires. So let's move on directly to the fieldwork and interpretation of the data. First of all, we provide a general overview of the situation of ESP at university level, analyze the current delivered ESP courses, analyze interviews and questionnaires of both respondents, teachers and students, and finally, we've put the newly designed course into application. Then we have attempted to evaluate the extent of its feasibility and efficiency. So regarding the program, the students focus only on getting marks 10 in English would be enough for them. They seem to be really demotivated because the course doesn't meet their needs. For the program, no program is provided, and each teacher is required to design on his or her own courses based on his or her experience, if any. So, for a general overview of the ESP course at the Computer Science Department, a BA or license is enough to teach or to be accepted to teach in this department. Teachers are not under any kind of supervision. Total absence of specialized institutions devoted to the training of teachers at university level. And as we have already mentioned, each teacher is required to rely on his or her experience, if any, because usually they ask novice teachers to join the non-English departments and start teaching there. So for the documentation analysis, we observed the following, because I have attempted to take the lectures that are currently being taught at the Department of Computing. We have observed the following. More focus is given to the teaching of technical vocabulary, mostly in isolation, as what they believe is that ESP is purely the teaching of technical vocabulary, or as they call it, mustalahat, which is not the case. The grammar taught is very general and not purposeful. The courses are grammar-centered, and examples and activities are not taken from the field, but rather from everyday language. Now, for the interview analysis, almost all the ESP teachers interviewed indicated that they had no training for teaching ESP. The ESP teachers tend not to see much procedural differences between EGP, English for General Purposes, and ESP. The ESP teachers tend to use their own methods derived from and driven more by intuition and experience rather than by theory and principles. So for the analysis of the teachers questionnaire, the majority of the English language teachers at the Computer Science Department are holders of BA. No provision had been made for ESP teacher training, and the local teachers haven't received any in-service training either. The language teachers of the Computer Science Department have been simultaneously maybe teachers, course designers, and probably material providers, but neither collaborators, researchers, nor evaluators, which makes the main roles of the ESP practitioner. So the focus on teaching technical vocabulary and grammar dominated the ESP classes. The fundamental procedure of needs analysis or needs assessment has been completely neglected, as indicated in this table. For the students' interview analysis, very briefly, the majority of the students didn't appear to be satisfied with their achievement in English. They have viewed teaching to be mainly teacher-centered, and they didn't reveal much satisfaction about the material in use. And they believed that many of the texts they have studied were irrelevant to their subject specialism. Of course, we shouldn't just discuss the main challenges or the many issues or problems that face ESP teaching at university level. Therefore, what we did is that we have attempted to design a new course that is student needs-based students of computing science. So we have designed a needs analysis questionnaire and attempted to put it into application, in which it has discussed the students' current level of English at university, their attitudes towards the importance of English they consider to be very important, yet the current delivered ESP courses didn't meet or match their needs. We have checked also their competency in English language skills, we have also seen the students' needs in terms of speaking, reading, writing, what element requires more or lot of training, and we have divided each skill into sub-skills. For example, here they want to give oral presentations. It got 77.8%. In writing skill, most students showed interest in delivering or in writing their master dissertations in English with 85.6%. And also we have in the our needs analysis questionnaire, we have asked them about their favorable teaching style, and majority wants to give presentations and make projects. Of course, after analyzing the needs of the learners, we have attempted to design a new course. And this course was based on topics found useful for computer science students. When we have selected the proper topics, existing ESP textbooks were consulted, and several communication functions which were considered beneficial for the students were added, and relevant grammatical structures which might be necessary for the learners were included in the course. The following are just some sample examples of the newly designed course. For example, here in small groups, students are required to discuss the illustration below, then prepare a description and give oral reports to the class. Of course, this has to do with their field of specialism, and of course, when we have analyzed the needs of the students, they have shown that they want to present or to make oral presentations. This is a sample of the newly designed course in writing. Of course, when we design a course, we shouldn't take it for granted that it is successful. And as we all know, that in ESP there should be an ongoing assessment. Therefore, we have attempted to evaluate the newly designed course. And as it is indicated, majority of the students were satisfied by considering that the course material helped them to improve, for example, their speaking skill, with 83%. We have asked also about the course content and materials in writing skills. And as you can see here, the tasks were effective in improving their writing skills with 97% score. Also, we have asked about the course conduct and the teaching approaches and students' opinions about the teaching learning process. They have been they have appreciated the newly designed course, and the way the teacher was teaching was interesting. As a general conclusion, during the process of our research investigation, we reached the following conclusion. Adopting needs analysis can provide the necessary platform required for the delineations of the desired course. Needs analysis offers information on both the content and form that the course is expected to exhibit, and teaching and learning ESP courses that are matching with the students' needs will certainly produce reasonable outcomes. And accurately prepared ESP courses encourage students to learn and serve.
Professor, excuse me, would you like
and finally,
to summarize?
ESP courses will be more effective if they are taught by well-trained ESP instructions. As general recommendations, in the light of the aforementioned findings, the researcher recommends that ESP teachers should adopt learners' needs analysis as the essential basis for designing ESP courses, and selection of ESP courses content should be strictly decided after investigating learners' needs in order to prepare more motivating and effective lectures. Teachers have to work and collaborate with other colleagues at the department to compile a more practical syllabus. The ESP instructors have to cooperate with the content department in order to increase their knowledge about the students' needs regarding their major subjects. Also, English language courses should contain materials for teaching students different study skills to motivate and help them search for further knowledge in their field of specialization using different and several resources. And English language teachers should evaluate their courses to improve and promote their effectiveness. And finally, last but not least, in-service training should be regarded both as an urgent need for the teachers and as a necessity to improve the course. I would like to thank you for your kind attention. Any questions are mostly welcome.
Thank you so much. for this insightful presentation through which the researcher has gone through an assessment of a computer science or an ESP syllabus which is designed for computer science students, through which she has mentioned the different issues and challenges that the previously program has been introduced to the students, and she was able to introduce a new design which meets the students' needs, which bases mainly on an ongoing evaluation. Thank you so much for your presentation. I go to the third presenter, Radia Bugabis. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Yes, please, the floor is yours. Can you
Yeah,
share?
thank you.
So her presentation is entitled Empowering the Algerian University Teachers for a Smooth EMI Integration Through the CLIL Adoption.
Is my screen
Yes.
shared?
Yes.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. First, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizer, to my dear friend and colleague, Professor Nadia Idri, for gathering us in this scientific event. The title of my presentation is Empowering Algerian University Teachers for a Smooth EMI Integration Through CLIL Adoption. As we all know, that the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research's decision to adopt English as a medium of instruction for the academic year 2023-24 mandates that university teachers conduct classes in English, underscoring the necessity for a B2 proficiency in the language. Despite the availability of training programs set by the ministry, many university teachers have expressed concerns regarding language skills and academic standards. This study proposes content and language integrated learning claim as a viable solution, since both literature reviews and empirical analysis indicate that CLIL pedagogy not only enhances student understanding and retention of subject matter, but also promotes language proficiency growth in various educational contexts and settings. This my study is based on a background study undergone in 2022. In this study, my focus was to investigate the attitude, readiness, and perspective of higher education instructions in Algeria regarding the adoption of EMI. I reach, as a research conclusion, despite the fact of that many educators recognized that implementing EMI could facilitate the internationalization of the programs, a significant number expressed negative attitude towards this adoption. Well, these are some of the findings. I already referred to them. The challenges faced by teachers when adopting insufficient English proficiency as a major concern. Existing curricula are not designed for EMI instruction, so teachers may need new strategies. And the third worry raised by teachers is that some universities may have outdated technology or limited access to digital resources, which can hinder the integration of EMI as a mode or as a medium of instruction. Well, to navigate these challenges, these are some of the recommendations provided by teachers. I prefer to leave them in the language they reported, which is French. The major question I asked for my study today is, to what extent can the advantages of CLIL be utilized to overcome the challenges associated with the implementation of EMI in higher education? Well, let's begin. Before, of course, since I have suggested that CLIL may bring some solutions to this new context, let's make a distinction first between CLIL and EMI as far as the definitions and the methodology followed, etc. First, as far as the definition, CLIL our content and language integrated is an educational approach in which various language-supported methodologies are used, leading to a dual focus form both on content and language simultaneously. However, in IMI, the use of English language to teach academic subjects, where the first language of the majority of the population is not English. This is for the definition. Now, as far as the focus, clearly emphasize the simultaneous development of both content and knowledge by combining subjects' content with the language learning, allowing students to engage with academic subjects while developing their language skills. Different from is that MI primarily emphasis concern is on content delivery with language development as a secondary goal. This meaning that language is not the main concern of AMI. The pedagogical approach followed. CLIL is characterized by its interactive and communicative approach, encouraging students to engage both language and content. CLIL often includes collaborative tasks, discussions, and authentic learning scenarios that promote critical thinking and problem-solving skills growth. Different from EMI might not always incorporate such interactive elements, focusing instead on delivering information in English, which can lead to a more traditional lecture-based instruction. As far as the implementation of CLIL typically requires specific teacher training to effectively integrate the content. Teachers are often trained to use strategies that enhance both language acquisition. We will see later on the framework to be followed. Yet in AMI may not provide adequate training for teachers transitioning to English instruction, leading to a potential challenges in effectively teaching the content in a second language. The cultural context is the main focus of CLIL. It places strong emphasis on structural raising cultural awareness and intercultural competence, by integrating the cultural elements related to the subject being taught. This aspect develops student learning experiences. AMI, however, can include cultural elements, but its primary focus remains on content. The effectiveness of implementing CLIL. CLIL implementation necessitates training educators on how to integrate the 4Cs framework. The 4Cs framework is a conceptual model developed by Kull and her colleagues. It emphasizes the 4 interconnected dimensions: content, cognition, and communication, where each of these components play a vital role in enhancing students' learning experiences. The integration of the 4Cs framework in a CLIL pedagogy ensures that learners not only gain knowledge, but also learn to express complex ideas in the target language. Well, this is the framework where the focus is, or it makes an integration between content, referring to the subject matter being taught. The communication emphasizes the use of the target language for effective communication. This dimension focuses, meaning that cognition on the cognitive process involved during learning. It encourages higher order thinking skills, problem solving, and critical thinking growth. And the fourth dimension in the framework is culture, highlights the importance of cultural awareness and understanding in language learning. What do we conclude? We conclude that the integration of CLIL within AMI offers a promising pathway for enhancing educational outcomes by combining the strengths of both approaches, which I refer to them. Of course, it is a term that is already under investigation by some researchers, European researchers mainly. The CLILicized AMI focuses on content mastery while addressing student linguistic needs. The previous research indicates that this approach, meaning that the classicized AMI, significantly improves English proficiency among students, demonstrating notable effect sizes in both short and long-term outcomes. Ultimately, this approach not only, meaning that the classicized, not only fosters enhanced language skills, but also increases student engagement across diverse learning environments. My final thought is the following. While classicized AMI Combining CLIL with AMI offers substantial advantages. It also requires careful planning and support to overcome potential challenges, ensuring that both content and language learning objectives are achieved. So these are some of the references I relied on. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, dear colleague Radia Bougibes, for this rich presentation.
Thank
It's
you.
really important to know about all these principles concerning the teaching the content, and at the same time focusing on the language itself. So the researcher has gone through a very important instruction-based content through which she has talked about the importance of the teaching content with the emphasis of linguistic needs of the students, addressing the need of looking at the different challenges that meet the teachers when implementing this method. Thank you so much. I go further in calling the fourth presenter, Faiza Haddam Bouabdallah and Camelia Ghawali, who are here with us, who are going to present team building and well-being, addressing the needs or meeting necessities. The floor is yours.
So, Al-Flown everyone, good morning. I am Dr. Wali Kamila, a teacher at the Department of Tlemcen, the English Department, Tlemcen University, and with my colleague, Professor Faiza Haddam, we are going to present a work entitled The Team Building and Well-Being Shift. Okay, he wanted to make a brief introduction. Okay, sorry for spoiling the surprise. Okay, in order not to waste too much time from the presentation, I give the floor to my colleague, and then I will join her within the discussion. Okay, thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. So no need to introduce me again, but I did it like yesterday. Thank you again for the organization committees. Thank you for the scientific committee as well. Thank you for the invitation. Without any delay, since we don't have enough time to give the floor to the rest of the presenters, of course, you will see on the slide that English for specific purposes, conducting needs analysis in ESP is not our title. So we'd like just to speak about the fact that all the presentation turned around the topic of this international conference about how we organize or conduct needs analysis and how English for specific purposes should be considered not only as an approach, but also as a state of mind. Okay, so first of all, I would like just to explain the reason why we worked on that presentation, or the reason why we selected this topic for this conference. First of all, I would like to say that the experience I had and the observation we had, and of course the research that we conducted with my colleagues with master and doctorate students, drive us toward this topic. And the second reason also is the experience we had in ESP, since I was teaching in ESP from 2017. I know, I'm not too old, but I tried to convince myself. So 2017, and then in Department of Biology, Department of Accounting, Department of Technology. And then I had the opportunity, or we had the opportunity to work with the International Labour Organization, a project launched in 2017 by University of Tlemcen, and of course this International Labor Organization, our university was selected as a pilot university and as well as University of Jaya. So we worked together in that project. So in order to open a career center in our university and to help our students move smoothly or to help them do a smooth transition from being a student to the workplace context. During this experience, I noticed that as a teacher and an ESP practitioner, we have to see our learners differently. We don't have to see our learners as only conducting a needs analysis for giving us the opportunity to reach the target objective, learning needs, etc. So don't need to define ESP. It has already done by other scholars and other participants in this conference, and how to conduct a needs analysis to reach a target objective in an academic context. But why not helping our students or our teachers as well to reshape the course design based on another approach through needs analysis? So that's why we try to really focus on this presentation on two main different approaches. So conducting a needs analysis with our students and observe them how they react in the classroom, not only in ESP context only, but of course in teaching in general, in ESP in particular. So two main aspects should be taken into consideration to reshape and to redesign the needs of the student in the real world and daily our Generation Z. So the two approaches or the two main aspects I would like to take into consideration in this presentation is team building and well-being. First of all, concerning team building is the process of creating a team that cohesively works together toward a common goal. This is a general definition about team building. Why not integrate this concept or this approach in our classes? First, we need to base our integration of this approach on 6 main elements: role clarity, trust, job satisfaction, commitment, organization, motivation, and empowerment. You will say that these 6 elements should be implemented at the organizational setting. And most of the time, team building is always an approach mentioned and used within organization. Why not implementing them in our techniques or in our teaching approach in order to see our students mainly as an individual? I noticed when I come up in the classroom, so that's why I told you the state of mind of ESP should be brought into every classroom. Why? Because we don't see our learners only as learner acquiring knowledge, but as individual. So we have to pay attention to their personality, profile, and competencies. In order to do so, different techniques are provided here to let them feel belonging to our job community through team building. So in the classroom, you can use different activities or techniques to promote individual strengths and preferences. To open communication with our students, it should be an active classroom in order to make them participative, active learning and participate more and collaborate more with the team. I'm talking about that classmate and the teacher as well. So creating this bridge between the students and the learners, starting from a classical, a traditional Cadmus could be a starting point. And then this open communication could help them be more open toward what is coming after university. Then to give them and provide them with different opportunities in the classroom, give them the chance to select the topic they would like to tackle in the classroom, because of course I do that techniques because I'm in charge of our production module. So it really opened the floor to students to look for their profiles and to let them look for the topic that are more suitable to present and to feel at ease while communicating in the classroom. Then, of course, we never forget that whenever they provide us with an effort, doing something in order to share their competencies in front of their classmate teacher, to always recognize and reward them. Sorry. Oh, I'm returning back. I'm sorry. Good. So it's also very interesting if you pay attention to the needs of individuals through team bonding by providing collaborative activities, providing group and teamwork, foster inclusion and diversity, being flexible in the classroom, and empathy that a lot of teachers lack within the classroom. They are just here, they prepare the lecture, they deliver it to students, they don't have a chance maybe to communicate, to ask questions, and they don't really feel that they are integrated in the classroom. So empathy, flexibility, and foster inclusion and diversity, because as I said, we cannot consider our learners only as group of learners, but as individuals having differences, diverse energy, diverse possibilities and competencies that could be really be useful inside the classroom to help the teacher deliver the session. Of course, whenever we speak about ESP or as a state of mind, as an approach, motivation is the first thing. Because as you know, when we receive people or receive students from different discipline, different faculties or different energy or diversity or different background, we have to let them in. We have to attract their attention, we have to motivate them. And I think is the key for everything. So if they are not motivated by the teacher, by the team building community, I think they cannot evolve. And of course, empowerment, which is also something very interesting to take into consideration. The second element is to reduce conflict inside the classroom, because as we know, as a teacher, in any context, as I said, general context or ESP in particular, the fact that creating this team building is something very difficult sometimes, because they have different profiles, they have different competencies, how to make this energy all together to be, if you want, effective, and to avoid conflict between the group, and to have, of course, a very energetic and positive achievement at the end. Now we move to the second aspect of the presentation. I leave the floor to my colleague.
Thank you very much. So, as my friend discussed at the beginning of the presentation, we are focusing on two main elements which would create this ease or shift, an easy shift from the environmental context, from the university context to the working place. So she discussed team building, and now we shift to the second part, which is well-being. Well, before diving into well-being, broadly speaking, we need to understand what does well-being do. So positive well-being stands for a positive outcome that is meaningful for people and for many sectors of society, because it tells that people perceive that their lives are going well. And here our students are people too, they are individuals. So my task and my duty as a teacher is to make sure that this student feels safe, feels well, simply. So the question here is, how can I create this well-being? So before shifting to the working place, the university, or the many years spent at university, will be a preparatory years for the working environment. So my task as a teacher is to create this connection with the students. I mean here, the social relationship that you have with your students. You need to communicate with them, you need to discuss with them, and through the discussions, through the communication, you would interfere and you would identify all the problems that they face, so that you are going to take actions inside your classroom. So you create this bond with your students. And you need to push them to be active. That is to say that learning does not only take place in the learning environment at the university, inside the classroom, but it should go beyond, so that they take, let's say, you push them to be eager to learn, you push them to take risks, you push them to go beyond and allow themselves to gain experience, and that experience would likely be useful in their working place. You should take notice, because here your task is only, as a teacher, is not only the provider of knowledge, but also you are a psychologist. You need to observe their behaviors, you need to see the way they interact, the problems that they have, their weaknesses, okay? So that you are going to push them to go further and to learn from their weaknesses and help them advance in their career. Keep learning. As I said, you should be motivator for your students. Okay? You should always push them to learn, to experience something new, to do things, to go to maybe to join clubs. Okay? to do something that is going to make the distinction between you and another person, maybe in the future working environment. So here, and I like this quote: when I'm weak, then I am strong. Indeed, your weakness should be your strength, and this is the spirit that should be included in your students. Okay, here we are here not to be just to receive knowledge, but also to learn from our weaknesses, to develop them, so that my transition, once I am in this working environment, I will be equipped, not only linguistically, but in other, in different aspects. So here, among the techniques that would lead to well-being as a teacher, you need to identify the personality of your students. You need to design tasks that are appropriate based on those needs, okay? And then you should not focus on linguistic knowledge, but rather soft skills. And here we are focusing on decision-making, or yes, on different skills that will be likely prepare them for the after university life. And another technique, we have the mindfulness, and invite my colleague to further continue with the different benefits of mindfulness.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like, just to not take too much from your time, I would like to give concrete example about what is happening inside the classroom. And I remember when I received a student, master student, last year, and she would like to work on how we include and how we benefit from mindfulness in education. And I remember, if you remember, Camila, when we received the student, she said, you will receive a lot of negative comment about this type of topic. Because mindfulness at the beginning was considered as something very spiritual, not related to our religion, etc. And do our brainstorming with the students, she said, Madam, I know it's something very interesting to include mindfulness with the part of well-being inside the classroom. I said, how? She said, Madam, do you remember when I came to your class one day and I was completely upset because I received a 0 from the previous session? And I was completely having a long face attending your lecture, and you said, and you observed me, and you noticed that I was not feeling well. So he told me, yes, what happened to you? Most of the time you are very active, participative, etc. He said, Madam, I got a 0. And I said, it's okay. You can go outside, think about what happened in the previous session, take a break, take a cup of coffee, and return back to the lecture. I said, Madam, because it will have a negative impact on the coming session, so on my session as well. So if I don't integrate my student from the start and don't benefit them for feeling well in the classroom, feeling at ease, this is what I'm trying to do for the whole life as a teacher. So if you don't pay attention to our student inside the classroom, just delivering the courses like that, it means that we failed somewhere. So benefiting of mindfulness techniques, and she observed that even in our religion, Islam, we can pray, we can stay in a room, reading Quranic verses could be very beneficial to overstep the different problems that you face maybe in the classroom and in the workplace later on. So we noticed that we have a lot of benefits. We cannot manage to explain all of them, but creating certain empathy, decreasing depression, boost focus, the fact that you are understood by your community, understood mainly by the teacher at the starting, it means that you feel integrated. Why not pay attention to well-being of the students and then for the workers? I think that techniques of mindfulness is already used in organization. I know that they have specific places as area in different enterprises where they can relax, take a coffee in a very long and hard day. But why not integrate such techniques at the level of university to make them prepared to such environments? And then, of course, when we speak about mindfulness and benefit of feeling well, feeling good, being boosted by the teacher, being boosted by colleagues and classmates, I think that's the job of, for example, the student clubs inside university could be very helpful to do a shift and to do a smooth transition, because they participate to different events, which has very sometimes socio-economic impact. In the 8th of March, for example, for the day of for the Women's Day. So they feel integrated, they do different workshops about that, so they bring something external to university and they know what is happening outside university. So we invite women with new competencies, having private schools, working outside university, and helping them and invite them. So these activities are created and organized by a student club in our university. So it could be very interesting to pay attention to that and to integrate all the students in this kind of clubs. And of course, the other aspect is, for example, like I saw in this university, a lot of students are integrated in this event. So they feel as a part of the community from the starting, from university level. So this integration could be also a feeling from that part of their life till the life as a worker. And then, of course, all these aspects, as far as team building and well-being is concerned, is to create a positive relationship between student and teachers. And I know communicating with our students, being aware of their difficulties, strengths, as she's already mentioned by my colleague, strengths, weaknesses, problems. I know sometimes there are social problems, but there are human beings first. And if they feel integrated from the start and a human, pay attention to their profile, personality and tasks and competencies, I know they will succeed in everything. And of course, as I said, the fact that they are integrated in different activities inside university, they will feel belonging to school community. So our promise is to create quality education and healthy environments for our students first, in order to get prepared for the hard job market context. To conclude, find your motivation, fire inspiration, work out, and never give up. This is always what I said to my students. And I like this. I take it from Google, and I think it reflects really what we would like to reach with this new generation. Be positive, always try to follow them, guiding them. And I know that a lot of teachers are doing that. And I said to my students, everything is difficult, but nothing is impossible. Thank you. We give the floor for a concluding remark from my colleague.
Thank you very much. So, to sum up what you have seen, so in this presentation, we focused on these two elements that we consider to be important in the student's life. We are here, you are students, your voice are heard, you are belonging to a community, and we are here to help you make this smooth transition from the learning environments to the working space, because whatever applies at university is going to be needed elsewhere. So thank you very much once again. Thank you for your attention. I would like to thank all the organizing committee for the hospitality. Thank you for receiving us. Thank you for inviting us. And if you have any questions, we are here to answer them. Thank you very much.
Not much. Thank you so much, dear colleagues, for this presentation. Very rich, as it reminds us about the point that education is not only for teaching a content or knowledge, but also involves individuals whom have to be fostered in terms of interpersonal and personal skills as well. I go further for the next presentation. Miriam, the colleagues Miriam Belakhdar and Amina Belhamil. I don't know if they are here.
I am online.
Good. So the floor is yours, and you will be having 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, dear colleague. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this invaluable conference for all their efforts, especially Professor Idri. Unfortunately, my colleague Amina Belhamil couldn't attend because it coincides with her teaching day. Well, our presentation revolves around the challenges and strategies for translating ESP materials for international audiences. As we know, the demand for, unfortunately, due to technical problems, I can't share my screen. I have a very bad network, okay? I risk to be interrupted. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Can you please share your screen if possible? Because
I can't due to technical problems. I have a very bad network.
so please you carry on. Sorry for intervening.
It's okay, ma'am. I'm so sorry for this inconvenience. Well, our presentation revolves around the challenges and strategies for translating ESP materials for international audiences. As we know, the demand for ESP materials is on rise, yet these materials present unique challenges when translated for international audiences. Given that, this research work explored the multifaceted obstacles that translators face and proposes effective strategies to enhance the quality and relevance of translated ESP resources. As for the challenges, we have cultural context and nuances. The cultural context is crucial when translating euphemism, idioms, and metaphors. These linguistic elements often carry meaning that are deeply rooted in specific cultures and reflect cultural references that may not resonate with the target audience. This requires not only linguistic skills, but also a deep understanding of both the source and the target cultures. As pointed by Montaut and Davis. Also we have technical terminology. ESP materials often include specialized language used within specific fields. This jargon or technical terminology requires precise translation to maintain clarity and intent. Failure to accurately convey technical terms can undermine the educational value of the material, potentially leading to several challenges, including confusion, misapplication of knowledge, misunderstanding in professional setting, lack of direct equivalence, variability across cultures, and contextual nuances. For example, the term network in computing context differs significantly from its use in a social sciences context. Also, we have professional practices. Translating English for ESP materials requires a nuanced understanding of professional practices that vary across cultures. These differences can significantly impact how translated materials are received and understood by the target audience. Thus, translators must have the perception of cultural differences in professional practices and its paramount importance. They must understand professional communication styles. Also, they must be aware of the varying ethical standards and practices, real ethical consideration, we mean. They must also be familiar with the legal and regulatory frameworks governing professional practices. Also, we have accessibility and inclusivity as a fourth challenge. Factors such as language proficiency, educational background, and prior knowledge of subject matter significantly influence how learners interact with translated text. We have example of learners with limited proficiency. Further, it involves recognizing and valuing the diverse cultural backgrounds and experiences of learners. This can include cultural sensitivity, diverse learning styles, use of clear and concise language, and implementing feedback mechanisms. As for the strategies for translating ESP materials for international audiences, accordingly, to effectively address these challenges and handle these complexities, we suggest some key strategies to consider. First of all, understanding the target audience in translating English for ESP materials. This involves conducting thorough cultural research to grasp the cultural background of both the source and target languages. Language proficiency by taking into account the linguistic capabilities of their audience, find suitable alternatives, or create new terms that accurately reflect the source material's intent, developing and utilizing glossaries or terminology databases to maintain consistency and accuracy. To be cognizant of the variations to ensure both clarity and consistency, and that the work aligns with the norms and expectations of the professional context in which the materials will be used. In this regard, Hoffman states that to provide accurate translation, translators must have a solid grasp of the subject matter. Familiarity with subject matter of the intended readers and tailoring content to meet the specific needs and expectations of the audience greatly enhances comprehension, engagement, effectiveness, and accessibility. Also, translators can simplify language and terminology. This can be done through use of plain language, defining technical terms, and adapting expressions to fit the cultural context of the target audience, breaking down complex ideas, incorporating visual aids, engaging with members of the target audience to test and provide feedback for clarity. Thus, the educational resources will effectively meet the needs of diverse audiences. In fact, this strategy is an essential step for enhancing comprehension, increasing engagement, facilitating the learning process and outcomes. Further, to enhance interactivity and create more accessible and inclusive ESP materials, translators can conduct needs assessments and incorporate digital tools and platforms by utilizing technology. I directly move to the concluding remarks. Ultimately, addressing these challenges with thoughtful strategies not only strengthens the quality of translations, but also fosters a more inclusive and effective learning environment for diverse global audiences. As the demand for specialized knowledge continues to grow in an interconnected world, the role of translation in facilitating communication and education will remain crucial. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I give you the floor back. Dear colleague.
Thank you, Dr. Miriam Belakhdar,
Welcome.
for this insightful presentation about the challenges and the strategies for translating ESP materials for global audiences. I move to the next presentation, Mukhtar Hamadouche and Maysa Bouaziz, if you are here.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so you will be presenting your topic, exploring, hedging, and boosting in Algerian and Chinese medical research, a cross-cultural perspective. You'll be having 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Yes, please. Can you play my recorded presentation because my network is unstable?
Sorry, for technical issues, we would be... Yes, that's it. So... You are... After? Okay. So yes, please, the video is displayed. Are you here?
Myself is a PhD candidate from the University of Mbouaki, Algeria. So, to structure our presentation, I will start with an introduction to the background and rationale behind this research, followed by an overview of the methods, results, and discussions of Hajin and Busin in Algerian and everyone. Today, I'm honored to present our research on the social-cultural analysis of Hajin and Busin in Algerian.
Please, Mr. Baziz, are you here?
Research abstracts.
Yes, please.
Can you present your presentation without the video?
I will play from my PC. 1 minute, please.
We move to the next presenter.
Okay, sure.
Yes, I give the floor to... You stop the
Followed by an overview of the methods, results, and discussion. We will then conclude with key takeaways and future directions. So, academic writing is often perceived as a universal practice, yet the ways in which researchers construct and communicate their research may be shaped by deeper, less visible factors. Meta-discourse plays a key role in this process, helping writers.
So we move to the next presenter, Mr. Fethi Garrid, who is going to present a presentation entitled A Course of English for Teaching Purposes to Teachers of Annaba High School of Management Sciences. You'll be having 10 minutes for your presentation, sir.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'm thankful to the organizers of this conference for their efforts, okay? During, before, and after. So I am really thankful for all of you, and especially to Professor Idri for her specific efforts. So I would like today to share my presentation entitled A Course of English for Teaching Purposes to Teachers of Annaba High School of Management Sciences. First of all, I would like to focus on this picture. So please have a look. We will come to it at the end. Okay? So my presentation plan is introduction, aim of the study, theoretical background, the study, results, contribution, and conclusion. So in recent years, higher education authorities in Algeria have decided to introduce English as a medium of instruction. Why? Because of internationalization of education, because of globalization, because Algeria wants to benefit from the spread of English since science and technology are mainly available in English. At Annaba Higher Institution, we have taken advantage from the different initiatives of teaching English, like, for example, the courses given by the intensive courses centers, online courses that are organized by the ministry. Besides that, we thought of creating and designing a syllabus or a program for our teachers of computer science, economics, and economics. Sorry. So we are convinced that the design of this specific course can meet short-term goals related to the introduction of EMI at our school. So the course aimed to enhance the level of English for teaching purposes of the participants in order to enable them to employ EMI. It aimed to equip teachers with needed language skills that will serve as useful tools when they shift to teaching their modules using English. So such of these skills, correct pronunciation, classroom instruction, and specific terminology related to economics, mathematics, and computer science. So we move little to some theoretical background. So I will not deal with all of them because of the shortage of time. So EMI is defined as the use of the English language to teach academic subjects in countries or jurisdictions where the first language of the majority of the population is not English. So according to Coleman also, EMI increases employability, it facilitates international mobility, and it unlocks development opportunity, and it gives an access to crucial information and acting as an impartial language. Whereas the implementation of EMI causes some challenges. So among these difficulties or challenges, so there is the problem of learner or students understanding when the modules are taught in English. So this problem of understanding may affect their marks and scores during the exam. Besides that, teacher training and ability to use English is important for a successful introduction of EMI in any country. A low mastery of English cannot lead teachers to teach their modules or specialty comfortably. So therefore, introducing EMI decision makers should make sure that teachers are able, competent, and motivated to use EMI. The study. So the participants of this study are 30 teachers of economics, computer science, and mathematics of Annaba High School of Management Science. The research tools. So before designing this English for teaching purposes, a questionnaire was conducted to identify the needs of the participants. Okay. Besides the questionnaire that preceded the course design and the training, an evaluation and exam were conducted during the training and at the end. So the time and place settings. So the training has taken place at Annaba High School of Management Sciences. So in 2023-2024 university year, the course design has taken place, and the teaching, the training has taken place between October 2023 to May 2024. So the research questions: are the participants motivated to shift from French and Arabic medium instruction to English? What is the current level of the participants' English proficiency? To what extent English medium instruction implementation will be possible for the participants after undergoing a training in English? So there is some of the results. So the teaching experience of the majority of the participants is between 8 to 15 years. So the content or the current medium of instruction is 90% French. The motivation for using English is high, 75%. The ability for using English before the training, their ability was 75% no. So 75% of the population were not able to use English. Eagerness for training in English, 100% were eager. So their needs were 50% related to specific English, 40% to both general and specific English. So we come to the contribution of our study, which is a course of English for teaching purposes. So the main contribution of this study is suggesting a course of English for the main for the aim of enhancing teachers' proficiency in English for implementing EMI. So the aim is to enable teachers of this school to be able to use English, okay? The duration of the course is 60 hours. So the axis of the course, pronunciation. Why pronunciation? So there was a major focus on phonetics because English as a spoken language should be taught with a specific focus on pronunciation. Classroom English focusing on the interaction and language used by the teachers in the classroom. Grammar, not all the aspects of grammar. So only some few aspects that are related to instructions. Vocabulary, it focuses on the specific vocabulary of the participants' fields, mainly economics, mathematics, and computer science. A sample lesson. So a sample lesson includes a section related, for example, to business English, a section related to classroom English, and a section to grammar, and the final section to exercises and speaking practices. A model of a lesson of business English. So we have a reading practice, then we have a grammar, for example, the past simple. Then, as for the evaluation, so after 3 lessons, an evaluation is planned to detect the level of understanding of the content of the course. And a final exam has been conducted at the end of the training. The results of the final exam, 30% of the participants obtained a high score, 50% obtained a medium score, and 20% obtained a low score. This might indicate that those who obtained a high score might be able to start employing EMI. To conclude, EMI implementation requires a well-founded strategy in order to overcome the difficulties and challenges. Therefore, this study can be considered only as an attempt in participating in founding that strategy from a pedagogical perspective. However, sustainable training in English, support and guidance should always be provided to the teachers to employ EMI. Consequently, EMI implementation requires a smooth transition. So this picture that I talked about at the beginning is about this smooth transition. This is a tree grafting. So this tree may be an apple tree. We want to get pear. We cannot get pear from the first day. We need to wait. We need a smooth transition. We need time. We need efforts. So in order to get apple, we need efforts. We need time. The same thing for EMI. Smooth transition will lead to successful results in implementing EMI. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, dear colleague, for this insightful presentation, which focuses mostly on a good shift or a smooth shift of teachers of the high school of management towards the MI. So because of the time limitations, I move directly to Nuria Masoudi, if she's here.
Yes, I'm here.
So you'll be presenting a presentation entitled Translation, a supportive method to develop ESP students' intercultural competence. You'll be having 10 minutes for your presentation.
Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الخلق والمرسلين. Before I start, I would like to thank Professor Idiri and the organizing committee for giving us this opportunity to be here today. Well, sorry. Well, my presentation today is entitled Translation, a Supportive Method for Developing the Intercultural Competence of ESP Students. Well, I think that I have problem in my Can you see the next slide?
Yes.
Yes, so it's okay. Well, the connection between language and culture is widely recognized, but English for specific purposes has traditionally been seen as lacking acculturation. The inclusion of cultural knowledge is an essential part of any program of teaching English for specific purposes, as interactions in ESP may take place between people of different nationalities, using English as the international language of communication. However, it's essential that educators use teaching methods that take into account the complex characteristics of culture and respond to the specific needs of students. In fact, incorporating culture into an ESP course can have a greater impact than simply achieving cultural knowledge objectives. The focus is on, therefore, the profession rather than general education. So here, when we talk about culture or the integration of culture in ESP classroom, so we should bear in mind that culture is an essential component of any ELT or ESP course, as it can influence communication and understanding in professional context. Then we need also to pay attention to cultural appropriation, because it is seen as an act which is an ideal way of improving language skills and fostering a sense of openness towards other cultures. Also, in order to integrate culture in an ESP course, we need a kind of transition, which is made through translation. So here, translation can be interpreted as a text production process or a communicative activity aimed at transmitting messages across linguistic and cultural barriers. Translation, in fact, is valued not only as an explanatory tool, but also as a means of intercultural communication in ESP. It is a means of transcending cultural boundaries and mediating between language, culture, and the intersubjective relationships between individuals and society. However, translation also enables students and professionals to tolerate cultural differences and promote the skills needed for intercultural communication in the target situation. Also, translation plays a role of a teaching tool. So here we can guess that translation ensures intercultural understanding. So here it helps learners grasp the cultural nuances embedded in language. For instance, students studying French as a foreign language or English noted that translation as their understanding of the cultural context, which enhances their immersion into the other cultures. It also plays a role in the linguistic competence. So here, translation is regarded as a vital tool for developing linguistic competence, which encompasses the mastery of language skills necessary for effective communication, which requires a high level of proficiency in both the source and the target languages. This includes understanding phonetics, vocabulary, grammar, and discourse knowledge, which are essential for effective translation between language and culture. It also helps to terminology acquisition. So translations here often engage in what is known as translation-oriented terminology work, which involves analyzing and comparing terms from the source language and the target language. So this process helps the teachers as translators understand the meanings and context of terms, ensuring accurate translations that reflect the intended meaning in both languages. It also helps to create accuracy in written communication, particularly in contexts where precision is paramount. So here, translation is essential for ensuring accurate written communication across languages and cultures by preserving meanings, employing skilled translators, utilizing iterative review processes, and maintaining contextual understanding. So concerning this research paper, it explores the effectiveness of translation as a pedagogical method for promoting intercultural competence in ESP students. The study examines the importance of translation in ESP context in Algeria, as well as students and teachers' perceptions of the development of intercultural understanding through the integration of translation into the ESP course. So, the research method adopted in this survey is a descriptive case study where 95 students from 4 faculties, medical sciences, engineering, law, and humanities at the University of Tlemcen are taken part in this study. Concerning the research instruments, 2 research instruments were used: a student questionnaire submitted to the learners in the 4 faculties, and 8 English teachers also. Concerning the analysis of the data, so it was based on quantitative and qualitative analysis. So the results have revealed some valuable insights. As far as the objectives of this study, so through this research paper, we aim to validate the benefits of translation. We also need to pinpoint the advantages of using translation in the context of English for specific purposes in the Algerian universities. Also, we want to capture the perceptions of students and teachers of English for specific purposes regarding the development of intercultural understanding through the incorporation of translation into the English or the ESP course. Also, we want to raise awareness of the target culture and measure how this would be possible through the use of translation, as the hypothesis was that translation is an important pedagogical tool for raising learners' awareness of English for specific purposes to the target culture. So here is a summary of the main results. So here, the majority of the participants were positive about the use of the mother tongue or the target language according to the needs and preferences of the students, as well as the content of the course. Also, the teachers confirmed the use of translation in their courses, taking into account the students' English levels and the objective of the course. Concerning the incorporation of aspects of culture, so all the teachers agreed that most of the time was spent on language content, but they argued that the inclusion of cultural content in ESP courses helps students to learn the cultural practices and values of the target language and culture. They also stressed
excuse me, Dr. Masoudi, would you please summarize your results because time is running?
Yes. So here I may say that the translation was regarded as an important tool or as a supportive tool to deliver the English course in those departments. It also helped them or help the student promote that cultural awareness and enrich their culture regarding the target language. So here, since time is Rani. So I want to move to my recommendations. So here I recommend for ESP teachers to focus on developing intercultural communication skills, such as understanding cultural differences in communication styles, nonverbal communication, and indirect communication. In this way, in fact, students will develop a deeper understanding of the target language and culture and improved communication skills in professional context. So as a conclusion, I would like to say that language learning is a process of building a bridge between the student culture and the target culture. It's not just a question of linguistic competence, but also a social and pragmatic use. Familiarizing ESP learners with the cultural and social dimensions of any language is crucial in ESP classrooms. Translation also can be interpreted as a text production process or communicative activity aimed at transmitting messages across linguistic and cultural barriers. The close link between language and culture implies intercultural awareness, which is essential for perfect communicative competence. Translation also is a means of transcending cultural boundaries and mediates between language, culture, and the intersubjective relationships between individuals and society. So thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much for this insightful presentation. You'll be next. The next presentation is for Dr. Amani Nurhan Badi. She's here. Before
yes,
this,
I am.
Sorry. Sorry for this, because I'm following the... So yes, if you are here, you'll be introducing your topic, can intercultural communication competence be assessed, exploring the assessment tools and methods for intercultural competence in ESP classes.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you so much for this
You'll be having only
opportunity.
10 minutes for your presentation, so please try to summarize maximum.
Okay, thank you so much. So my presentation is going to be about intercultural assessment tools and methods for ESP classes. The content is going to be understanding intercultural competence in ESP, assessment tools and methods for IC, challenges and recommendations for an effective assessment of intercultural competence. So culture has been considered as the fifth skill which students need in order to effectively learn a foreign language. So in our present world, we witness a shift into the concept of international citizenship, where English plays the role of a lingua franca. Hence, developing intercultural competence is a necessity as it enhances good relationships among people, tolerance, and mutual understanding. So many scholars have insisted on the vital role of culture in learning foreign language, stating that both are essential and one cannot exist without the other. Dr. Michael Bayram introduced it as it involves acquiring the knowledge, skills, and attitudes that enable individuals to understand and mediate between cultural differences, as well as critically reflect on their own and others' cultural perspectives. He identified 5 key components to develop IC and ESP classes, which are, firstly, we have attitudes, which means students' curiosity and openness to learn about other cultures. We have second, knowledge is understanding the cultural concepts, practices, and views. Interpreting and relating skills, which are the ability to comprehend cultural meanings and connect them to other contexts. Discovery and interaction skills, which is the capacity to learn and adapt in real-time intercultural settings. And lastly, critical cultural awareness, which is to reflect on the cultural norms, including one's own, in order to develop a harmonized perspective. As for the national standards in foreign language education, they said that the true content of the foreign language course is not the grammar and the vocabulary of language, but the culture expressed through that language. So students are not assigned to only read and write without committing mistakes. When they learn a foreign language, they also learn how to think in the new language. They are exposed to new thoughts, new perspectives and different lenses than the ones they grew up using. So teachers cannot neglect the crucial role of introducing the culture of the foreign language or expect learners to be active. The assessment tool methods that I'm going to be presenting today are the Intercultural Development Inventory, or IDI, which is a psychometric tool widely used in workshops, in training sessions, and various educational settings. It is designed to measure the ability and capacity of an individual or a group to navigate through cultural barriers from a monocultural mindset, moving to a more intercultural mindset. Next, we have the Cultural Intelligence Scale, the CQS, which is also a psychometric tool designed by researchers Van Dyne and Co. in 2004. It consists of a self-report questionnaire which measures individual or group students' four main dimensions of cultural intelligence, which are the cognitive, metacognitive, motivational, and behavioral dimensions. Third, we have the critical incident analysis, which can be standardized as it can be custom made to assess students' improvement in intercultural competence through the use of scripted scenarios. Fourthly, we have the reflective journals, which are written documentations made by students in order to express their thoughts, feelings, and experiences in order to process their feelings and analyze their attitudes critically towards cultural differences. And most importantly, we have this EF cult system, which is an online platform designed according to the needs of the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages. It consists of reflective tasks, scenarios, dialogues, which focus on students' understanding of cultural norms and their adaptability to the language used and navigation through its understandings. The challenges that we are going to present today is, as promised, as the previously mentioned tools, they pose many challenges which may affect the results negatively. First of all, the results of the assessment may not show the true intercultural competence, as the norms of one culture cannot be applicable to other cultures, creating what we call cultural.
Dr. Badi, are you here? Hello. I think the call is, yes. So we move to the next presentation of Dr. Ahmed Zaghar. He's going to be presenting, because the title is not complete, so I'm sorry for the problem. So you'll be having 10 minutes for a presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, how to, please? How can I switch? No, I have mine. I have mine. I want to display. Hello, everyone. Yeah, great. So, into the nitty-gritty, I would love to go directly without prolixity and say that my title is an examination for the reasons why teaching trends and courses designed for the ESP subject should be wholly reformed. I have brought you some prototypes from Sonatrak, you all know it, and the Chinese international company, CITIC CRCC. And by the way, CITIC CRCC is the company which constructed the East-West Highway. Okay. So a sneak peek makes this work, in fact, talks about ESP struggles in the real feed from student to an employee. An employee as or at Atlas Copco, Sonatrak, Hiproc, it is situated in Iran, and or CITIC CRCC, the one I've been talking about, which constructed the East-West Highway. So what's the problematic? Newly recruited students, in fact, feel themselves impotent regarding the fieldwork requirements. This is based on the switch from letters to science. The workplace is practical, technical domain, and is paradoxical, in fact, to what the student received as theory in classes.
Now, according, in fact, to Anne Jones, 2003, there are three major problems of ESP. We don't need two, but the last one we need. In fact, is the last one we are going to develop. So the first one is, what is the chronology, in fact, and traceability of ESP back in history? Early writers about this question was John Sway's 1988 in his episodes in ESP. He referred that the beginning was right after the Second World War. Problem number two, there exists in the world plenty, in fact, of works from Europe, from Asia, and from America Latin. So which ones are, in fact, trustworthy to follow and to take into consideration in order to make a good, genuine syllabus? And we have plenty of works like the Especialist from Brasilia, La Revue de Geras, c'est en Europe, and Ebrica, and so on. And the one I need, in fact, is this one. The third concern, which is, in fact, the paper strongly targets, is exclusively based on what we call theory and practice issue vis-à-vis researchers of ESP. Belcher 2009 clarified in her collection that ESP specialists accept the responsibility for finding out what the learners will likely need and want to be able to read, write, speak, and comprehend as listeners to achieve what? Their goals. Now, I brought you some pictures from Sonatrach, and these were live footage, in fact. Now, the gap, what's the gap between the theory and practice? These were students, and they became workers. And then, in fact, they found themselves doing mechanics, although they studied English. So, ESP graduate students' issues incarnate in two main features. The first problem is adaptation to a new English speaking writing rhythm. Two, terminology translation. So, what's the difference? Though some employers, recruiters, miss some grammatical syntactic structures, they manage rephrasing and making up short talk or messages that are pragmatic, meaning they have no idea about English, but thanks to their field, they are at the end able to make comprehensible messages. On the other hand, employees who have learned academic English and have earned genuine skills may write correct, coherent sentences, but have greater chances to fail transmitting the terminological message: chemistry, mechanics, and medical spheres, etc. Okay, so still the gap. A university teacher, in fact, for me, is a literal academic tutor who diffuses theoretical knowledge. Moreover, even his intellectual contributions are only based on English studies, with the beginning about a new perspective of abolishing others, loom around literature and civilization. So a university teacher, I say again, is a person who presents something still which is academic and literal only. Logically as well, a mathematics teacher tends to write and publish as well papers that discuss issues like quantum physics, Gregorian versus Julian time alternations to the future, algorithms for artificial intelligence, and so on. A good proof for the aforementioned can be sensed in the importance of an academic teacher to comprehend the following real meanings of the words below. Besides, some words are original, some are derivative, and some are projected off other genuine meanings. For example, you have rod, you have galvanization, you have timing chain, you have gasket, you have hasp, you have boss, you have crane, you have rig, you have bearing, you have emulsion, you have racks, you have anvil, you have finisher, and so on. So once the employer senses language use proficiency, in fact, in a given employee, he then regards him as a trustworthy solution. An employer sees an employee as a trustworthy solution for his works. And as well, another solution for other alternative process that save what we call time and money. It's all about time and money. That's why they recruit what we call translators or ESP students. For instance, the international Chinese company CITIC-CCC which served the East-West Highway construction, installed metallic panels that were galvanized. And when you come back to galvanized, Femi, a teacher who is specialized only in literature can't, and it's impossible to understand what is galvanization. Why? In order to understand, you have to go out and you have to make a command. You have to pay the check and then go to, as I used to do, you go to Bati Metal. It is installed in Ain Difla. You recommend the big panels, and the big panels are going to be taken to another city, and you go with the transport and you explain and you translate to the native speakers of English or Spanish or whatever, those who are about to make the galvanization, and you take everything to where? To Khmis Khishna, Boumerdas, I think. And there you make another recommendation for what we call galvanization. And you have to follow again the whole process. You have to clean the panels, and you have norms, international norms, what we call EASL. And after you have to go to the pool and you supervise how are they going to what? Galvanize. And galvanization, in fact, is an alloy. You have to test as well what is the alloy. Is it correct or not? And the alloy is a mixture of zinc plus other additives. So everything is going to be dipped inside and taken then off with a highly boiling dipping, and it gives you this result, what we call galvanized metal, so that it doesn't get rusty through time. So it's a whole process, and you have to go out and seek for the results of galvanization. In case there is a problem, you have to come back and you take the merchandise and you recommend again. Anyway. So this is the dipping pool, and what you are seeing are the panels in fact you see in the highway. When you see sometimes "Welcome to Iran" with the big panels, the pillars you see at the right and the left, these are the pillars. So this is a sample from Sonatrach. You have a problem in a reactor or a machine, and you have to explain. This is a hasp, and this is a rod, the ones I've been explaining to you. And when a native speaker or a person who is from, for example, Rolls-Royce, they make as well big engines. When he asks you, for example, what's the problem? You're not going to talk about little things in Shakespeare. You have to know the terminology. This is a hasp, and the one which is broken is a rod. If you make a mistake, because there is a whole catalog, this is what we call the manual. If you make one mistake, then a whole merchandise will be disqualified, okay? This is another problem from Sonatrach, and here you have to explain to a Japanese person in English what happened so that you solve the problem, and then after you make the check and you make the requirements for buying the missing part. This is another. Okay, anyway. So what's the solution, in fact, in order to make it quick? What's the solution? We have students in the university, we have teachers. So what seems a bit solution? One, many colleagues from, in fact, various domains, in fact, they write and they tend to write in English. Probably you have heard lately that even medical practitioners, physicians, and so on are obliged to make papers written in English. So what do? They seek for our help as teachers to help them to write and make a good proofread in English. So the same thing for me, in my vision, as a teacher, we have to seek their help in order to come and teach our students. And it's okay if it is in French or in Arabic, wherever is the issue. If a teacher is specialized in mechanics, then why not? We sign a covenant and we make what we call the boundaries between exchanging experiences. So this is one. Why? Look how different writings may change the meaning. Regular speaker, the car produces white smoke from the back part of it when I run it. Now, a professional ESP speaker, admission leakage causes white burn off the exhaust. Number two, solution. Tutors at the university seek to teach students many benefits of English lessons by teacher from the Department of English. Now, the point is how to carry the knowledge of professional worker into the student's capacity still via what? English. Technically, if a tutor teaches a scale of, reaches a scale of 3,000 English words, he will be then, he will transmit, design ESP lectures in a smooth rhythm without any complications. Okay? Now, three, I think it's the last one. Teachers of English may benefit of an on-spot training, meaning teachers, why not making covenants with other harbors, at Sonatrach and so on? You send teachers. university teachers, in order to be trained accordingly, they can learn a lot about particular targeted domain, medicines, mechanics, tourism, and so on. Learning a register or a set of vocabulary alone without practice. Please, I repeat, learning a register without a set of vocabulary alone, without practice, in the field is like learning, driving via a book of illustrations only. Now ending, a good ESP teacher of high standards is the one who worked. Listen to me, please. For me, a good sample of ESP teacher. So we are going to select to teach, for example, M1. Who is going to be the teacher? The selection is the following. A good ESP teacher of high standards is the one who worked back in the early days of both studying and working to gain a living in private and public spheres of technology or whole tools. There are some teachers who didn't find work as teachers in the early beginnings, but they had to work in private spheres and so on, but they learned, in fact, in a way or another. Like I had the chance to work at CTXCRCC when I used to be still a doctorate. Now, for me, if 3,000 words of English help passive ESP doers, workers, understanding and producing correct English, then only half of the number of technical and terminological vocabulary helps university teachers teach genuine practical ESP that the market, in fact, expects.
Thank you so much for this insightful presentation, through which you have explained the gap between the ESP teaching instruction and the practical needs, I would say, especially from these two big companies in Algeria, and providing valuable recommendations in this concern. I think I will move to the presentations of Maysa, I guess, Maysa Bouaziz, if you are still here.
Yes, please.
Yes, please, you'll be having 10 minutes for a presentation.
Thank you so much. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So sorry for the inconvenience earlier. Good morning, everyone. Today I'm honored to present to you our research on the socio-cultural analysis of hedging and boosting in Algerian and Chinese medical research abstracts. This study is a collaborative effort between Professor Mukhtar Hamadouche, who could not be with us today, and myself, Maysa Bouaziz, a PhD candidate from the University of Mbouaqi. So, to structure our presentation, I will start with an introduction to the background and rationale behind this research, followed by an overview of the methods, results, discussion, and then we will conclude with key takeaways and future directions. So, academic writing is often perceived as a universal practice, yet the ways in which researchers construct and communicate their research may be shaped by deeper, less visible factors. Meta-discourse plays a key role in this process, helping writers organize content and engage readers through interactional elements like hedges and boosters. While hedges convey caution and uncertainty, boosters emphasize confidence and assertiveness. Prior research highlighted variations across genres, sections of text, gender, and academic contexts, with cultural influences playing a significant role. So, despite the existing body of research on hedges and boosters in academic writing, a prominent gap persists in understanding their manifestations within medical research abstracts, particularly in the culturally distinct context of Algeria and China. Notably, no context-specific research focused on sociocultural values and attitudes and how they shape meta-discourse strategies in these regions. So, to guide our investigation, we formulated two primary research questions. The first aims to identify the frequency of hedges and boosters in both contexts, and the second focuses on identifying sociocultural differences that mirror their rhetorical choices. So, to To approach this study, we analyzed abstracts from two prominent journals, the Algerian Journal of Medical and Health Research and the Chinese Medical Journal. A total of 60 abstracts, 30 from each journal, were analyzed using the taxonomy of Highland 2005 and Imami and Farouki 2008. The analysis proceeded in two phases: a quantitative examination of the frequencies using AntConc software 2024 version, and a qualitative interpretation of the observed patterns. As a note, to account for the differences in abstract length, normalized frequencies were calculated. Moving on to the results, Table 1 illustrates the frequency of boosting devices in both corpora. We can notice the higher frequency of boosters in the Chinese corpus with 91 instances, especially in the two categories of adjectives and lexical verbs. On the other hand, Table 2 displays how hedging devices are more prominent in the Algerian corpus with 132 instances, and with the two categories of adjectives and adverbs taking the lead with 56 and 31 instances respectively. So, the preference for boosters in Chinese medical research abstracts could be attributed to several key factors. At the core of this inclination lies the tendency of Confucianism, a moral philosophy that has shaped Chinese thoughts and behavior for over 2 millennia. It serves as a guide for achieving personal development and societal harmony. It emphasizes the cultivation of virtues like zhe, which means wisdom, and qin, which is trustworthiness. This cultural tradition encourages confidence and communication, aligning with the belief that truth should be self-evident and therefore reducing the need for hedging in academic writing. Moreover, the long-standing reputation of Chinese medicine, flourishing under the guidance of Confucian ideals, has established a legacy of trust, expertise, and moral responsibility. This reputation, built over more than 23 centuries, has granted more modern practitioners a kind of intellectual and ethical inheritance, enabling them to communicate with conviction. This cultural respect for medical professionals has been passed down, empowering contemporary healthcare practitioners to approach their field with a similar sense of firmness. Also, the concepts of guanxi, which means social networks, and face, social reputation, highlight the importance of trust, status, and credibility in Chinese society. Boosters in academic writing help scholars maintain their professional standing, signal competence, and align with the cultural expectations of authority and leadership, avoiding any perception of uncertainty that could undermine their reputation. As a further matter, the collective nature of Chinese academic work amplifies this preference for certainty. In many cases, Chinese academic papers are authored by large teams of researchers. This cultural emphasis on teamwork fosters an environment where co-authorship is seen as the norm rather than an exception. Accordingly, the authors must feel the need to present unified and cohesive arguments, so the use of boosters help ensure that the collective voice is assertive and preventing any perception of division or uncertainty. Moving to the Algerian context, so the Ottoman rule profoundly influenced Algerian identity by embedding Islamic governance and education into their daily life. So Islamic institutions such as madrasas and Sibyan schools promoted widespread literacy, including medicine. These schools fostered a system where religion and knowledge coexisted, creating a balanced intellectual culture that shaped Algerian society. With a strong commitment to cultivating Islamic principles, the influence of epistemic humility becomes inevitable. In philosophy, this concept is defined as the acknowledgement of the inherent limitations in human knowledge and understanding. This is actually central to Islamic thoughts, where human understanding is seen as limited compared to divine wisdom. Consequently, This encourages a careful approach to claims and leaves space for doubt, recognizing the possibility of error or alternative interpretations. Moreover, in Algerian and broader Arab culture, politeness and maintaining relationships are deeply valued. This cultural emphasis on modesty and respect influences communication styles, encouraging the use of hedges to soften claims, moderate disagreements, and preserve interpersonal harmony. Assertive language can be perceived as confrontational, which contrasts with the cultural norm of expressing critique or different opinions in non-threatening manner. The last point, the French colonial era has obviously left a lasting imprint on the Algerian education and intellectual traditions. French remains a common language among healthcare professionals in Algeria. Accordingly, the French scientific academic culture values intellectual debate and scholarly critique and inspires writers to position themselves within the existing research without making bold claims. Therefore, the French academic traditions, which emphasize clarity, careful evaluation, logical structure, have ultimately shaped how Algerian researchers write and present their findings. In conclusion, the present comparative study underscores the significance of cultural, social, and historical contexts in academic writing, revealing how rhetorical choices are deeply interlinked with identity and heritage. Ultimately, replications of similar studies with larger corpora might yield new and interesting findings, especially when considering the observed alterations in academic practices influenced by globalization and changes in linguistic preferences. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude for your attention, and I would be delighted to address any questions or comments you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I would like to give a final word to Dr. Amani Nourhan Badi, who stopped her presentation. If you can just...
I'm so sorry.
You just say a final word concerning your presentation, because we have really a limited time for...
It's okay. I'm so sorry. I had a power outage. I couldn't finish my presentation.
Yes,
So
please.
I just wanted to
Please, could you summarize
conclude with...
in a few words?
Yes. So as a conclusion, aligning culture with language allows students to understand other people's culture and develop tolerance, compassion towards others, and reflect on their own cultures in order to create a safe environment where they can develop their own thinking in a foreign language. The assessment tools and methods such as the IDI, the CQS, and the CF cult, and as well as others, can be used to assess students' intercultural competence and craft interventions in order to improve the weaknesses. It is true that they come with challenges, but with hard work and dedication, they can be dealt with in order to ensure better learning and improvement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We end this workshop here, but before this, we would like to invite the audience if they have any question for the participants. Do you have any questions? Yes, please. Yes, so Dr. Zaghar would like to ask a question, yes?
I've noticed something which is different than what we have in Iran. For our case, the university is very far from the harbor, and I have noticed that the harbor is just close. Why don't you make a kind of a covenant between university teachers at the Department of English and the higher-ups of the harbor and send students to learn from time to time for 15 days or a week, or why not? I mean, the harbor is just close. At the same time, they will discover the harbor and at the same time learn from what we call the manuals and documentaries they have, and this is what we call ESP. Can the department make this?
I think Professor Aouri is going to answer the question.
Of course, thank you for your question, but are we going to teach the harbor? That's my return to your question. Such things in ESP. ESP comes from the needs analysis. And ESP also comes from the needs expressed by the company. The company is l'UPB, ce qu'on appelle l'UPB. So if there is a need from the UPB to get trained in terms of English for specific purposes, and more particularly for oil and gas and any other thing, so we have a full laboratory here in the faculty and the department, and I try to chair a team about for ESP specific for maritime, for example, industry, but we did not feel that there is an expression in terms of the need. And we know that the company itself has its own training, maybe agenda, so we still do not know how they proceed in order to ask for any kind of training. So I guess that this conference came to tell them that the academia needs to be in contact with the industry and with the socio-economic sector. When the LMD system started in 2004 and 2005, the first thing we discovered was that we need to respond to the socio-economic sector and create programs and master degrees, which are professional masters for the sake of the industry, 20 years after nothing has been done. So what's the problem? That's what we need to debate nowadays in order to find where is the gap and to bridge this gap between academia, the socio-economic sector, mainly the industry, and even other training centers. And I seek the opportunity to talk also about the problem of the expertise in terms of ESP. So one of the recommendations I've come up with after the conference is training trainers. So you're talking about 3,000 words. All teachers master more than 3,000 words. So what's remaining is only to specify this training in terms of a specific field. If it's oil and gas, if it's maritime, if it's business or medical. So just taking this maybe context and try to train. And when talking about ESP, it is also a collaboration between both the academic staff and the specialist. I cannot be proficient in the content, so I need to work in collaboration to design a syllabus and program that might best serve this company. And I think this is my answer for your question.
So, thank you so much. Is there any question? Yes, please. Yes.
Professor Idris. Yeah. I have a small comment. I suggest a small bridge between what you suggest and what our colleague Mohammed Zaghat suggests. I think that because in the LMD system, we send students for a training, for a practical training. We send them to primary schools, to secondary schools. Why not send the ESP students to companies at least for 15 or 10 days? We don't have. So my suggestion falls down.
Thank you so much. Is there? Yes, please.
On close. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for this big event. Okay. So I have a question to our teacher from Annaba. Yes, good morning first. So you made study about the EMI. Yes, so how evaluating teachers at the university or program of training teachers at the university to shift from Arabic, French to English. So using EMI approach. Yes. So at the end, there is results. You find exam. So there is the assess of the results of teachers. So at the end, there is a conclusion that teachers can, for example, teach and begin to teach their courses in English. Yes, of course, 30% only. But here, I noticed the limitation emerge here in this case of study because it is mainly or solely based on the assessment of the result, linguistic result of the teachers. So there is lack, for example, of real-life observation in the classroom of teachers. So we don't see, for example, the study on pedagogical adaptation that I use these teachers, for example, in their classrooms. Also, for example, the interaction between teacher and studies inside the classroom. So the results are based only for the assessment of the capacity of teacher to master English, for example. But in the real life, why in ESP, for example, the methodology used, for example, in the courses or in this field of ESP is the real life, the real practice of the English in the field. And I think that a complementary study in the field, in the real life, in the classroom, in the environment is very important to say that this program is succeed or not. Thank you for your presentation.
So, thank you, dear participant, for your remark. But I would like to precise that these teachers, 30% may start, okay, might start. And I talk of the smooth transition. I know that a training of 1 year is not enough, okay? I know a training in this way is not enough. It's only an attempt to help these teachers, and I focus that this smooth transition should be accompanied with sustainable trainings. I focus on sustainable because it's not possible to bring a teacher who used to teach his module 20 or 30 years in Arabic or in French, and you tell him you teach it in English. First of all, he will be afraid, okay? Then he is not able. Third, he doesn't have all the pedagogical tools in order to teach in English. So this training, let us be positive. Let's consider it as a positive startup, but then we should not stop. We start and we struggle with the challenges, and we do and conduct further trainings. I think that I have replied to your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think there is a question. Yes.
It's a question, or maybe sharing some of my
Yes, go ahead,
modest
please.
experience concerning ESP teaching. I join all your remark regarding how we could make a bridge or a link between the university and the economic sector is not an easy task, since, as you know, and I think is the case of all universities around Algeria, is a huge number of students in the classes. So I was teaching for 13 years in the Department of Biology, and I noticed that they have a program in order to, or contract with other industry to be able to do training, but they're not able to receive all of them. This is the first thing. And even if they receive them, they do training in their field and not how to use English in the field of biology. So that's what the training, or creating this if you want, this bridge, or bridging the gap between what is happening in our university and the economic sector is not an easy task. Neither for us as a teacher of ESP, nor for any practitioner in the field of any field, Mainly I'm taking experience of biology, but I think even if I was in charge of EMI teachers in order to implement them in department or faculty of medicine, and I noticed they are really motivated, even for those who had rich and very large career, can say that, and they are eager to learn English and eager to use English in their field mainly, and then in the classroom. But I know that managing all this stuff is not easy because we have a huge demand and we have not too many tools in our hands to create this bridge and, of course, to create communication between us in order to fill all the needs of everyone in one hand. So we need time, we need efforts, and I think we need to be listened by the authority. Thank you so much.
I think we are going to dismiss the workshop.
Yes, I say something before,
yes, before this,
if possible.
I give the word to...
Of course, if we start debating about the MI, we cannot finish because it's still in its embryonic stage. I've been in charge also of the MI integration at a national level and at the level of the university, but I'm sorry to say we are not yet ready. In my last conference, I said we have not yet started. So we are not at the level of ESP. We are at the level of general English. What you have been talking about is general English, the A1 to A2, B1 to B2, and we have not yet had the full A1, full A2, etc. So this needs really another conference, but I cannot leave without talking about what my dear colleague from Tlemcen presented. Let me read my comment. So you spoke about mindfulness, but I think that this terminology was imposed somewhere by a philosophy which is not in our culture, which is not in our maybe beliefs and values, because what they did, you said something very interesting when saying that it's good to relax. In psychology, we call them relaxation techniques. But in our, you said we can pray, we can read Quran, we can. So you can relax yourself using your culture and your beliefs instead of importing what is imported by the Buddhism in our own classroom. I'm against this because this comes in the soft power psychology or maybe principle. In soft powers, they use everything in order to change your culture and change your beliefs and change what you are and your identity. So in order to use relaxation or empowerment in our students, we have our own culture, we can use it, and it will be very good principle in order to empower our students. I am using that and it works a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we come to, yes, the end of this workshop. Thank you for all the speakers, for your participation and enthusiasm, and for making this gathering more or both enriching and impactful. Thank you so much for your presence and your participation. Thank you.
Siempre.